now with God. So it's a new day and it's a beautiful day out there. So thank you for those. And I forgot to ask if we were live, so I would assume we're live right now. I want to welcome those that are joining us online, and then for those that are in the audience this evening, thank you for being here. As we typically do at a meeting, we have the wonderful privilege of opening in prayer, and I appreciate Mr. Without decisions, but we know they're out, and we pray for unity in the city. That Napa would truly be a community of unity, Lord. We pray for our first responders, for police, for all those that work so hard to make Napa a tremendous place to live with a tremendous future. So we thank you for all that you do. We pray, even as they do the business of the city, we pray that you would guide them and lead them, give them rest and peace and joy that they need and require in this time. So we bless
For all that you do, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So, you guys want to help me with the Pledge of Allegiance? My daughter Veronica shall help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you so much. I don't know, I didn't mention that Dan is the pastor of Good News Community Church in Atlanta. They also have people and have been really instrumental in leading our local pastors and coming together.
that our community as a whole. I just want to say thank you so much. Thanks for bringing this to the table. Did you say it, guys? So, let's begin with welcome. You ready? Yeah. Ready? Repeat. We will. Everything? Yeah. So the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and I did want to mention
said, the opportunity to testify for 3 minutes at the beginning is never denied. And so I think we limit it to, try to remember, it's 5 people on one item. 5 persons on an agenda item. But actually, the right course would be to get back with Rodney Ashby, our Director of Planning and Zoning, and visit with him about the next steps that we can take. So we certainly don't want to deny you an opportunity. You are welcome to speak if you'd like to, but the decision was made at that meeting. And as Arlene said, tonight when we're adopting the formal findings, all that we're saying is the why. And so which gives the clarity as to why that decision was made. So with that, are there any additions or changes to our agenda? Seeing none, I was here for a motion to approve the consent agenda. I forgot to do roll call. Did I do it? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I was like, what am I forgetting?
Yes.
And the next item on the agenda is Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda item. But the very first thing that we have tonight is a presentation and a very special opportunity to recognize a member of our community. And I appreciate our NMU leadership that is here. And so, Victor, would you like to take the lead, and then we'll allow Joel Pearsall and Rob to come forward and Ryan.
Okay. Diana, would you come forward, please? You're welcome to bring your family if you want. I want you to know, if you don't know Diana, here about a year ago, some of the professors at NMU got together to task a group of community members that said that they wanted to have a more interactive community with the community in Nampa, and that they wanted to know whether there would be any Hispanics that would go to NMU, because they're opening all doors and all avenues, and there's actually variations of study at NMU. And thank you for Dr. Joel Pierce and Director Coster, Robert O'Donoghue, who headed that and spearheaded that. They're connected with our community. Well, 4 years later, Diana is one of the recipients of probably the first, isn't she? Joel, isn't she? No. She went through the program at NMU and received her master's. And it wasn't just receiving her master's, it was receiving how she did it all by herself.
So that's why she's there. And we thought that it would be interesting and very important for us as our council to proceed and to give recognition to the outstanding citizens in our community. And so that's why Diana is here. And also, I'd like to have Dr. Pearsall and Dr. Roger please come up and say a few words about her. And they were really excited about coming tonight.
Well, thank you, and it is our pleasure to claim Diana as one of our own. Now, Diana has quite a story, and if you have a few moments, you ought to ask her to tell it tonight. She'll tell it better than I will. But we are thrilled that despite some hurdles placed in her way, that she has had the opportunity to attend NMU and receive her Master's of Education just recently, and is now out in the community giving back, doing exactly what we would desire for all of our graduates to do, to be in service to their fellow men and women in the community. And so we thank the council for taking a few moments tonight to recognize Diana. We join you in doing that, and just salute and applaud her efforts.
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for continuing to do this. I moved to Nampa, I can say almost 18 years ago. 18 years. My parents and I, my mom's here, my dad passed away almost 10 years ago. We arrived at the old Greyhound, those people on Gary Boulevard, with just a couple, pieces of luggage and a lot of dreams. And I didn't even know where Nampa was. But we ended up leaving down the street from Riverview, and I remember telling my dad that I wanted to go to that school, and he told me, it's a church. He could tell me that it's a church. And so I learned how to drive, and one day I was driving by and I read it said university. So I went up to my dad and I was like, Dad, I want to go to that school. Well, it's a church. And I was like, no, I read the sign and it says university. And he went, no, we don't have money for you to attend that school. Anyway, years down the road, I graduated from Napa High, from the wonderful ESL program that we had back in the day. That's how I learned English. And I ended up at ESU. Nobody offered me the opportunity to go to OMU. So I thought, well, that's just a university for rich people, for people like me, with parents who work in the fields, who work in offices, in the malls. And then years down the road, I worked with Councilor Rodriguez's wife, and she was telling me about NNU. And I remember that conversation that I had with my dad, and she was telling me that first daughter graduated from NNU. And she said, go ahead and apply, I'll write you a letter of recommendation. And I finally was accepted, and I graduated in May. And for one of my last classes, one of the professors asked us to write an essay. And in that essay, I didn't feel like I write anything special other than my feelings. And I remember writing that I was my father's American dream, because my parents made the sacrifice to separate our family. I'm the only one here living with my mom and my kids and my husband. So now I'm forever grateful to NNU for giving me the opportunity. I moved to CUNA 6 years ago. I miss Nampa terribly. This is my home away from home, I call it. Who, like me, didn't have any role models growing up. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from college. And I certainly hope my kids are not the last ones, because that opened the door for them too. And so thank you. I thank you all for your hard work for making this community better. Thank you.
Mayor, I know you're going to probably say something. Can I be a little selfish for NNU? And if we could get a picture, Amy said she'd take a picture, but can I have your family and then President Pearsall also, and maybe behind the mayor here? I mean, in front of the mayor, I should say, not behind her. A lot of people behind her, but.
And I do have something to give you, and I'd like to read it to you very quickly. And it's Ms. Diana Rivera. On behalf of the City of Nampa, and through a special request from Councilman Victor Rodriguez, congratulations on your recent achievement of graduating with your master's degree from Northwest Nazarene University. Your story of overcoming language barriers after moving to Idaho as a young girl, pursuing your dream of attending NNU, and then graduating from an outstanding institution with a master's degree is the perfect example of the American dream. So your hard work and perseverance reflect upon your character and must make your family extremely proud. So thank you for serving as an inspiration for those who will follow in your footsteps and for using your experience to encourage others. We wish you the best in the coming years and look forward to seeing how you will positively impact the lives of young students. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor, Diana, what's your mom's name?
Oh, my mom's name, her name is Blanca.
Blanca. You must be so very proud.
Yes.
Congratulations. And now I'm going to ask Dr. Pearsall. Hopefully Diana can come back and teach at Northwest Nazarene University. Diana, you can move back to Nampa and teach the next generation.
Yes. And your husband?
His name is Alberto.
Nice to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for being here, and these beautiful children. Yeah, it's the future of our country.
So the mayor's right here. If you want, the mayor can be behind you and Joel can be there and maybe, okay, thanks. I want to get all you kids in there. Amy's good. We'll take good for you. Yeah, that's true. I usually run that way.
I'll do this.
Here,
We have to wear the mask this time, because last time.
We got in trouble.
you're good.
Yeah, I'm going to scoot back with you. They want the mayor.
I can see the smile in her mouth. 1, 2, 3.
That's nice.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, I think you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Yes, we have another presentation, and I think Mr. Rob Donahue is here to give it to us. This is exciting. You're the first one,
Well, the best one.
the best one.
Mayor, thank you, and councilmen and women, thank you very much for this opportunity. When we heard the call that there was going to be a time capsule celebrating 2020, Amy and I talked, and I said, we have some fun things. We have some things because I think one of the things that NNU did through the pandemic was take an opportunity to say, we know that we want to be face-to-face. NNU is a community within the community. We are here surrounded by the city of Nampa, but we know that the students, the faculty, and the staff want to be face-to-face. And we had to do a lot of things, and there's a lot of great people, leadership, President Pearsall, our administration, and so we knew we had to work hard. So we did, and we put together a lot of items, and we actually shared one here recently, about a month ago, I think the Community First Pledge. And that's one of the things that we have for the time capsule is our pledge, not only to the NNU community, but to the community of the city of Nampa and the surrounding community. And we have a few items in here. I won't show everything, but we wanted to take part of this and say thank you very much for your leadership and how the city of Nampa has done so well with the COVID situation. And then we're so proud to be in this city and to serve you in the council, in the community. So if you like, I can give this to you.
Yes, do you want to tell us what's in it?
can.
Yeah, tell us what's in it, just for fun. I think we're all curious.
Light. How's that? So, of course, you have to have a nice face covering. So we do have face coverings, so NNU has that. We also have the Community First. And Mayor, I'm going to give these to you. Anyone would like this?
I love it.
We made some of these, so they're stickers. Anybody that wants to take a pledge to keep this community safe and going strong, Mayor has those. We also have some stickers that all the students and faculty have. It says, "I'm smiling under this mask. Physical Distancing Club 2020." And one of the proud things that we did is we made a pledge to the community, to the parents, and to the students that we were going to stay open and finish the semester December 10th. And we said we did and we would. And, we, of course, bragged down a little humble brag. So we do have a press release for that. We do have the whole Community First package that outlines what we did, how we did it, and who we worked with. The CDC, the leaders in the city. And so those are some really important documents that will be in there. And of course, give people a smile and some space, 6 feet. So, but a few items for you. And then I will bring down to Amy. One of the things that NNU did, and I think was a leader in this, was we did some layering as far as the type of protection to keep everything open. And we have the systematic testing for saliva that helped us recognize who was in either a hot zone or how to go about keeping them safe and the community safe. So I'll add one of those as well. So Mayor, Councilman, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I will give this to you for the time capsule.
You can give it right there to Amy, and that is so awesome.
Thank
Rob,
you again.
thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much. NNU is a wonderful institution. And I'm just thankful for the foundation, right, of this community. And NNU is a very key part of that in our community. And so thank you both for your leadership. Thank you for all you do. And I love your Community First pledge and what you did. So thank you so much. Thank you. Is the best way to kick off the time capsule. So reminder, we have the time capsule. And so we've got different departments that are contributing to it, and any individuals are welcome to, and you guys are welcome to write letters. If you want to write a letter, yeah, I'm just looking out there, right? So anybody that wants to, but anyone that wants to write a letter and include something, they're welcome to in what we're doing. So, okay, so the next item on our agenda actually is the people that did sign up to speak tonight. And I guess I'd like to go down the list and ask if they would like to speak or if we've answered questions. So,
Stephanie Hopkins?
I'd like to speak, please.
yes, you may. So as you guys come forward, it's just give your name, your address, and then you have 3 minutes. And then the topic of what you're speaking.
Okay. Thank you. Stephanie Hopkins, 9233 West State, Boise, 83714. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. I guess just mayor, members of the council, we have met with staff and we've kind of discussed with them on the next steps of the application. So we're familiar with what those are and know kind of what our next position is to be able to submit another application to you for hopefully a more favorable outcome. We appreciate the dialogue that happened the last time. I actually wasn't here to attend the council meeting, but was able to stream it live, which was good. And we were here tonight actually to hopefully open a discussion to kind of get a little bit more clarification and understanding on the reasoning behind the denial. So as you know, we met January 4th after having received a recommendation of approval from Planning and Zoning Commission and received a denial on the rezone or the annexation that we were requesting from the RUT district to the RP zone, which is the residential professional zone. We were requesting to annex about 7.81 acres of land with approximately 90 townhome units, 1 common lot and 1 commercial lot. In meeting with staff and reviewing the comprehensive plan and in reviewing city code, it appeared to us that our proposal was compliant with all those things and supported a lot of the comprehensive plan's goals and intents. One of which was a major one, was encouraging high density development close to commercial uses and transit corridors. The main feedback that I got from the council meeting was that the use wasn't consistent with the 1 to 2 acre lots around it, which I think we all understood and sympathize with. However, as the city grows, it's important to lean on the comprehensive plan that's decided upon by you folks and the community in growing. And I think the last time that it had been updated was March of 2020. So if the community mixed use, future land use map designation wasn't appropriate for the area, I think it may have been revised at that time, or that maybe we could get some feedback on how we could better, I guess, comply with that designation. So that was our goal in being here tonight. So we have the developer and then I think a couple of other folks that are part of the design team that we're here to hopefully have a conversation with you. And I don't know if that's something that you'd be amenable to, but if so, we would love to kind of, have a discussion with you.
Unfortunately, that isn't the platform for tonight. So that discussion will need to take place with staff at this time. But I think Rodney, he is very familiar with the discussion that took place that night, where we need to be. And I think that Rodney would be a good contact for you. And so tonight's platform, this 3 minutes, is not a dialogue time. It's just a time that we're here to listen. So, but I appreciate you coming forward, and thank you for your willingness to do so. And are we out of time? Okay. So anyway, but thank you for coming forward. But do get with Rodney, and he would be happy to visit with you and schedule a time to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. So the next name is
Don Newell.
Hi, I'm Don Newell. Address is 1950 South Channel Way, Eagle, 83616. I'm the developer, Landmark Pacific. And as she just stated, we're here just for clarification. It doesn't sound like we're going to have a dialogue, as we just found out. We have had a meeting with staff. And without throwing them under the bus, they seem to be a little confused on what to interpret the comprehensive plan to be. There were comments made that evening that this property would not be annexed at all. Should we move forward with something, or is this a fait accompli? That's French.
And I don't think we would not have an answer because it's not a forum that
Right.
we would be providing
How about
that.
a wink or a nod
Well, oh, would it be nice? I think we can have a conversation with Rodney, and that I'm going to encourage you guys to have.
Yeah.
And so, but also, if you're looking for more specific clarity, Rodney, find out. I think you already know, but I think the clarity that we need. And I think the clarity is really in the formal findings, and that's why we have those.
Okay. Well, I understand you wanted less density, which we can do. We can have usable and more open space, which we certainly can do. And larger backyards on the perimeter, those are the three things that I most remember from that evening. And we can certainly comply with that with a resubmittal. And hopefully we meet with a better end. So.
One thing I would always encourage anyone that comes before the city to do is to work with your adjoining landowners. That's just the 101 that we find here as a council. Those that it's working with your adjoining landowners
Sure.
is very important. So but I think Rodney will be able to work with you, and we can have conversations and hopefully
Well, and speaking to the comprehensive plan, that was brought up by Stephanie, and I'll bring it up. Just interpreting it when it comes to this particular property in this area. How do we? And maybe you could have that conversation with Rodney, and he could have with us.
It's a valid question.
Okay.
It's a valid question.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I don't mean to be vague, but it's just one of those things that this isn't our platform. So thank you for understanding that. But who's next?
Matt Drown.
Same thing, I've got the same questions, I'm the other developer, so we'll get the staff and then come back to something that really fits what we talked about. Some of the feedback we received.
Thank you, Matt.
William Larson.
We're the landowner, we'll wait until it comes back up and through the process, and I'll have some comments at that time. Thank you.
That's great. Is that it? Okay, well, thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your interest, and that's what this is for, to get to hear from you a little bit. And so the conversation will continue. Rodney, thank you for interjecting in this one. I would appreciate you handling it. And not that Christy didn't do a great job, but we're going to go to the boss this time, right? So, Rodney is the Director of Planning and Zoning, and he will work with you all on that. So, thank you. Is there anyone else signed up tonight? Okay. Non-agenda item, okay. Come on up. Good evening.
Hello, Margie Potter, Salvation Army, 403 12th Avenue South. I just wanted to give you guys a little update on the bell ringing. This year was a little different. 2020 was definitely a year of upsets, and so I especially wanted to say, because Darrell, the Lions Club, sorry Kenny, won for the service clubs for the bell ringing, and I wanted to give you some totals.
Really?
For the first time ever.
I was going to say, what?
We have a couple very, let's say, able individuals.
Yes, we're very, well, we did virtual kettles this year, and so we were limited on the places that we could ring at physical locations, and so it was amazing what happened. So Lions did $7,209, and Kiwanis weren't shabby either. They did $6,805. Rotary did $6,469. The Treasure Valley Kiwanis did $1,803. And the Exchange Club did $1,301. And the Women's Century Club didn't really participate, but I'm going to give them the honorable mention because they did $630.98 for ringing physically at a location. And so congratulations to Lions, sorry Victor, too. But anyways, I wanted to tell you guys that we really do live, everybody says what amazing community Nampa is, but I want to tell you, so that was $24,221 just from the service clubs. And over the Cascade Division for the Salvation Army, there's over 30 corps of Oregon and Idaho, and we raised the most in virtual kettles out of all of them, so I'm going to break in my own arm, pat myself on the back for that. So that is just crazy that happened. And we were able to serve over 700 families with food at Christmas and give out over 1,500 kids toys. It was probably like 6,000 toys. And we gave out over 700 coats, but we were also able to share coats with Boys and Girls Club, Nampa School District, and Breaking Chains Academy. So we were able to share the love from everybody in the community to make sure all the kids got coats and stuff this year. So it would just really makes me so proud to live here. I know everybody said that, but it really is. We are the best. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah. Mayor, just let me make sure, Councilman Bauer is also a Lion. So just want to go and make sure, yeah. So he's usually doing some physical therapy at lunch hour at the meetings, but yes, he's a very prominent Lion.
Okay, well, it's first time ever, so you guys will get the bell. I'll bring it to you. I don't know if you guys are meeting in person or not, but
No, my boys have rang the bell every year before COVID, so it's a wonderful.
so maybe I'll bring the engraved bell here and give it to you guys here next meeting or something, the big bell.
I think they need to change to be a Kiwanian.
Poor Kenny. They're always bragging about how we win anyway, so it was pretty funny.
They don't get too attached to it.
Marjorie, thank
Second
you
place,
for
Victor.
your enthusiasm and spark and all you do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mayor.
That's awesome. Yes.
Watching the controlled chaos that is the shopping days for families is always remarkable. But this year, I thought parents, they were so grateful. They always are, but this year, I don't know if 2020 had just changed so much for so many, but the gratitude was a bit overwhelming. I don't think I helped anybody who wasn't in tears with gratitude. And I think these are the unsung heroes of our community who make so much possible for so many families. And in a tough year, you really were a lifeline. And thank you for all that you do. It often doesn't, you don't get your praises sung enough, in my opinion. Thank you for all that you and your team do.
So Mayor, I'm just curious, Margie, how long have you been with the Salvation Army here and there?
So I've only actually worked there for 4 years, but
I thought you were here forever.
program for Christmas for 17, this is 17th year.
All right.
Christmas, and other programs too, but
Great praise to you. Thanks. And your team.
tell me to pay me to do it.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda are legislative and council comments. And so I've just got a real quick couple. The community survey is out, and we really want anybody that hasn't taken it, please take it. We have just under 800 responses, but we want like 2,000. We really want to hear from our community. It is so critically important that we hear from our community on what our priorities are for this city. So that's out. And then the deadline to submit stuff on the time capsule is Friday, I think it's the 12th of February. We really would like to have it wrapped up. And then the next council meeting, which is on Tuesday because of the holiday on Monday, we'll be bringing all of the time capsule things, and we'll be talking about it at City Council. So that'll be coming up then. So legislative update. You know, for sake of time tonight, we're not going to give much of an update, if that's okay, Rick. I think that just real quickly, we try to forward what is the hot topics for City Council out from AIC. Probably Bill 1021 is one bill that is a big bill affecting our city. As a city, our goal is to reduce taxes. Our goal is that we are transparent in everything we do, that we're good stewards of the finances, and that we get our taxes down. But Bill number 1021 is not, it could be devastating for communities all across the state of Idaho, the way it's written. And so if anyone has any questions, you can reach out to Rick Hogaboam. And the hearing on that was set back from last week, and it could be this week or it could be next week. We really don't know yet. So I don't know if there's anything else at this time to really comment on. Rick, is there anything more that's critical for sake of time?
Real quick, it will be quick. So,
I sent you an email. The state does have a link every day. The Senate committees and the House committees are introducing new bills. And according to the rules of those committees, there's up to, between Senate and House, 100 and something bills. And just so you know, not all those bills necessarily make it out of committee. Not all of them are passed in their respective House, and not all of them are passed in the other House and get to the governor. So that process, but the state website link is there. And also just a couple days ago, they did also release the transparency bill. That was another thing that they said that they're going to do, and that would affect more Doug's job from finance, where they're trying to get more state uniformity under the guise of, under the attempts of transparency. But we do a pretty darn good job as a city between Doug and Amy and the mayor's office and trying to circulate that information. But that is piece, and there's 3 bills that came out of the interim committee, which Senate Bill 1021. There's one that was going to deal with limiting fund reserves, fund balance. I haven't seen a bill on that yet, and I'm hearing that they probably won't introduce something on that regard. And then the transparency bill, which would hire more people at the state to do reporting. So that's just a quick update. We did circulate something on council districts. Senator Winder will introduce a bill. It hasn't been introduced yet. And one of the things that will make clear is that the council districts would not apply to the elections this fall, just to get more clarity and specificity with the rollout. So that's it. Sorry.
Thank you. That was fast. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so unless, are there any other council comments? Okay, seeing none. This is an opportunity for agency commission reports. We do not have any, and staff communications. So we have 3 staff communications, and then we also have 3 agenda items we need to get through before 6:30, which I think we can make it. Our first report is Claire Conley, the Nampa Public Library. Claire, thank you for coming. I asked Claire the other day, we were talking, and I tell you what, I'm so impressed with what the library is doing and has done, even though they're closed inside. I asked her if she would come share.
Well, thank you, Mary Kling. It's good to see you all. It's been a while. It really is. I feel like we're coming out of a cloud. I really do. Just recently, and everything's going well at the library, and I've got a couple of numbers here I want to read to you. So we had the Holds pickup window. Most of you probably know about that. It was funded through CARES money, so it was no cost to us, and it's a wonderful thing for the city of Nampa. It's gotten more and more popular. We don't know what we're going to do. Once we'll have it open all the time, then when we're open, we're going to be just running back and forth. So since the Holds pickup window opened October 19th last year, 30,448 items have checked out through that window. So it's one service point. Everybody in the library working to funnel through one service point for our community. Our record day was last Monday, and it was 775 items being checked out in one day. And I know that you don't understand because you're not there, but it's huge. Our staff has to work together. In fact, all 4 of our highest days have been in January, so we're increasing as we go up. So that's a wonderful thing, and I wanted to share that. The other thing is we still have virtual counseling sessions available. It's through the grant we received from NNLM, National Networks of Libraries of Medicine. It's available through April, and anyone in the community can call or email, go on nampalibrary.org, and there's a phone number and email address. You can sign up for virtual counseling, and right now I think there are a lot of people in need, and so I really encourage people to check that out. And the last thing I have to say is we are making plans to open the library building. I can't say anything until after the board meeting next Tuesday, but it just thrills me beyond means. I'm so excited about this, and I can't wait next week to share it with all of you. And I appreciate you listening to me. Good seeing you.
Thank you for that update. Thank you for all you're doing. I'm so excited about where the library is, especially that window.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
30,000 items since October 9th. What's it, 19?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next staff report is Jamie Burns, and this is the Alcohol Review Committee. And there is an agenda item a little bit further down in the agenda that we will be voting on an ordinance. We're talking about an ordinance change, but right now it's the update.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had to bring my notes with me. So Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and talk about our new Alcohol Review Committee. I was given some direction, so Tom, I'll try to hurry up so you can get up here and give yours as well. But I'm going to talk about what our process looks like as far as the committee is concerned. Training, probation, penalties, and remedies. the appeal process, and as well as how we're progressing. And then we're going to quickly go over 2 incident reports that were discussed at our last hearing. I just wanted to start off with, at the end of the day, our community members deserve a safe and enjoyable environment to live in. We all deserve to drive on the streets of Nampa without the fear of another driver who has just left an establishment within our city, licensed to serve an alcoholic beverage, who has overserved that driver on alcohol, and now is not able to operate a motor vehicle safely. We also deserve to take our families to one of the many great establishments here in the city for lunch or dinner without the fear of a fight breaking out because of a patron who has been overserved on alcohol. From the perspective of a police officer, our citizens of Nampa, as well as visitors, deserve timely responses from the police department in a time of need, and not to have the entire police department respond to a fight of over 30 intoxicated people out in front of an establishment, pulling resources away from those who really need our help. So, the Alcohol Review Committee was really established by the mayor and city council for one primary purpose: accountability, and to serve at the best of our abilities to those who deserve it. So, what our process looks like as a committee is there's 5 of us. There's a member of the police department who chairs the committee. I was selected for that by our chief of police, Joe Huff. We have the city clerk. We have the chief of staff hiding outside somewhere. We also have a Nampa City building official and the planning and zoning director. As a committee, we meet every month to review incident reports produced on possible city ordinance alcohol violations against establishments with licenses to sell alcoholic beverages under Nampa City Ordinance 4553. Currently, the city of Nampa has approximately 153 businesses who possess a license to serve alcoholic beverages. And so when an incident report is submitted, it's submitted to the clerk. The committee holds a meeting within 30 days of the incident to review. To maintain accountability, we review the following, which are whether or not there was factual basis that exists within the report to support a license violation. Out of the 17 license violations currently in our city ordinance, how many were violated? Those violations range from failure to train, right-of-way encroachment, property maintenance, all the way to homicide. Each license violation is assigned points from 1 to 6.5 points. We then have them broken down into 3 category classifications: minor, significant, and major. 1 to 2.5 points would be minor, 3 to 6 is significant, and then 6.5 and above is considered major. We then vote on the factual basis to believe that a violation has occurred, and then we assign, we currently, hopefully that changes tonight, assign a point value for each incident and assess penalties on the highest level, basically, that we find in violation of. So we have to pick one at this point in time, even if there are many violations. So within 5 days of the meeting, city clerk mails a copy of the incident report, points assessed, as well as points already assessed in previous meetings that have not expired, along with the current city ordinance and the appeal process. I'll say we submitted 2 this last week, and we actually hand delivered 2 packets as well, so we didn't delay their right to appeal. So, but that is sent out by certified mail, and we know that's taken a little bit longer for people to receive that. So, we also sent a copy to the Idaho State Police Alcohol Beverage Control. As far as training, probation, penalties, remedies, training currently we offer through the Idaho State Police and online. It's free. After meeting with their staff, it's a really good program for people to access via their website and receive that training. We also, through Idaho State Police, offer in-person training. However, I believe the way this will be offered will be more on a case-by-case basis due to the staffing requirements it takes to facilitate such training, and we're kind of on a timeline. So the online training is probably our best bet at this point in time. Probation is currently assessed if an establishment meets minor or significant point levels. At the minor level, we can, as a committee, assess no more than 6 months of probation. Significant level, we can assess up to 1 year. As far as our penalties and remedies are concerned, again, based on the point level they reach, at the minor level, we can assess probation penalties, or in lieu of probation, we can offer the training that's offered online or in person. If they reach a significant point category, we can impose, we don't want to do that. We want to impose the same training requirement with the minor category as well. But we can also impose a suspension of the license for up to 30 days, which is pretty major. We discussed that in our last meeting, and probation for up to 1 year. If an establishment moves to the major point category, our committee can put forth recommendation to City Council to suspend or revoke a license only after the appeal process is followed. So the appeal process consists of, once we mail our information, so the date of service in person or the mailing date, each establishment has 14 days to appeal to before City Council. Once received, City Council shall have a hearing within 30 days to hear the arguments. Once the appeal has been heard before City Council, they have 60 days to provide written findings. If they are not successful at that appeal process, then points can remain on, or will remain on, the establishment for a period of 12 months. And it will take effect once the establishment is served written findings. Also, if they choose not to appeal, whenever the 14-day period expires, then the penalties will go into effect there. How we are progressing. After our first meeting, there's a lot of work that went into this committee, starting with Beth Anick last year, actually, and all of the meetings that were had. It really looked good in writing, but once we started the committee process, some small changes were needed to fine-tune that process. Our biggest hurdle really is me, learning the Robert's Rules of Order. Thankfully, I've been able to learn a lot from our Chief of Staff, and was even offered a Robert's Rule of Order for Dummies, but I respectfully declined that. And it was not from our Chief of Staff, it was from a coworker. The process of how objectively to apply penalties and remedies was another hurdle we came up against, but again, the ordinance that we're going to hear tonight, I think that's going to help us out tremendously if it's passed. We now have a standardized incident report that we follow. I receive a generated report from our police department analysts 3 times a week to review police calls for service at the 153 establishments to remain fair and consistent. So we're not just looking at bar establishments, we're looking at grocery stores, restaurants, all that, and I review that. I've requested our DUI team, as well as our patrol division, to notify me when arrests are made on drivers who admit to drinking at certain establishments prior to driving, so we can add those to incident reports as well. And then I have to give Corporal Poor some kudos here. He's our supervisor over our DUI team. He's taken upon himself to go out and chat with establishment owners, specifically bar owners, because that's where we see a lot of our arrests come from, and educating them on our new process of accountability. So working with legal has helped the committee tremendously on streamlining documentation and keeping within our legal guidelines. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. To end it here, our board our committee consists of some really dedicated members of the city leadership. So I foresee us continuing to make the process better as we meet every month. and keeping an open communication with the mayor and council, as well as our establishment owners, because that's important as well, through training and communication, so we can have fewer violations. And it would be great if we just didn't have to meet every month because of a violation, and we could just meet over something else. So, real quick, we have 2 reports that we talked about during our our last meeting, and you'll see here how it was difficult and how tonight's ordinance might help with that. So the first incident was our police department responded to a large group of people physically fighting outside of an establishment here in Nampa. At the conclusion of the investigation, the suspect was arrested for 2 counts of misdemeanor battery. The committee voted that there was factual basis to believe a violation had occurred and agreed to assess 3.5 points. When we reviewed the points, the committee agreed to impose training, probation for 1 year, as well as a 72-hour suspension of their license starting on the first Friday after the appeal process is completed. So that was incident number 1. Incident number 2 is has a little more detail to it, but we responded to an establishment here in Nampa where a subject was pointing a firearm at another person inside of the establishment. Once police arrived, they confirmed he was still armed with the firearm as they saw him enter a vehicle, and then he drove away, initiating a pursuit with police officers. The suspect at one point in time intentionally rammed one of our police officers in their vehicle. Also drove in a manner putting the public at risk prior to crashing his own vehicle and ending the pursuit. At the conclusion of all of that, the underage drinker and driver was arrested for misdemeanor DUI at the excessive level for an adult, felony aggravated battery on a police officer, felony aggravated assault, felony eluding, and misdemeanor possession of a firearm while intoxicated. So when we reviewed that and the rules that we were following at the time, the committee could only assess 3.5 points against that establishment. So obviously we had an issue that we talked about. The committee agreed to the same, imposed training, probation for a year, as well as a 72-hour suspension. Let's see where we're at here. We did serve both of those establishments, again, in person. And that's the end as far as the last meeting we had in our reports. We're going to continue. I just got another one today, about a 27-page report from our analyst to go through, but I think it's important. So if I'm here to entertain any questions, if anybody has any, or.
Mayor, just a quick one. Thank you, Lieutenant Burns. So the 150 some establishments, that includes beer and wine and alcohol licenses?
Yes.
So it's inclusive?
Correct.
And then do you know the breakdown of how many alcohol and how many beer? If you don't, it's
I do not know that.
That's fine.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, question, and you kind of started to allude to something on this, so I hope I didn't miss it. And I'm not the investigator, so that's why I'm asking. Is what allowances are made to differentiate between, for instance, if they're overserved at one establishment or not overserved at that establishment, they leave, witnesses know that they were there, they later go somewhere else and engage in a different behavior, they end up intoxicated that night and get stopped. So how do we distinguish that it wasn't the original establishment they went to that gets, that they're in violation?
Well, I will say that it's pretty popular for our DUI enforcement officers to monitor certain establishments. So if we see someone leaving an establishment, I think we're going to get better information that way than to try to go after an establishment if that was the case. So Corporal Poor has been given specific guidelines on how we're going to identify, because in the past we've done that as well. We used to do that through our breath testing instrument. We were all assigned a number, or the establishments were all, and that was statewide. But we would really have to prove that that's where they were over-serviced and that's where they left. So usually it takes watching them leave the establishment. So.
I figured you guys had made provisions, but I thought it would be nice that we knew that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. So will you be able to stay through the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that we have an agenda item later on in the meeting to talk about it. And I want to acknowledge our legal counsel, Joe Borton. I realized I didn't introduce you. I can't remember if you've been here, or is this your first time to get to sit here?
First time.
First time. So I don't know if you all have met Joe, but really have appreciated his work because he's taken the lead on this.
Yeah.
And so we asked him if he would join us this evening to be here to answer any questions as we get to that agenda
A
item.
lot better looking than Todd, too, if you
That's in the record.
Great.
That's what the lady.
Thank
So
you.
thank you. We will be back to finish. We may have more questions as we talk about the ordinance.
Okay, I'll be here. Thank you.
So I'm going to do a little bit of a shift in our agenda right now. Tom, if you don't mind, since you've got to be here, we're going to do your staff report after public hearing. But I would like to quickly jump to 2 items before we step in, and that is we've got an appointment of 2 different individuals to the Venue Management Commission. And I think the chair of our Venue Management Commission is here this evening. Kenny, thank you so much. So the first appointment is for Greg Gamble. I don't think Greg is here. Greg, that's you. Okay, awesome. So to the commission to fill a currently vacant seat with a term to end on 8/30 of '23. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I read through the resume, pretty impressive. Thanks, Greg. I don't know if I've met you. I can't recognize with the mask, but anyway, I'll make the motion that we accept him as stated.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield? Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
And then I think, Greg, after we go through this next one, I may have Greg and Tammy. Is Tammy here? That's what I thought it was you, Tammy. So I may have you both come up in just 1 minute, tell us a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind. But we'll go ahead and go through the acceptance of Tammy Conabear. Is that said correctly? Conabear, okay. So, and her vacant seat will end on 8/30 of '23 also. So is there a motion?
Somebody else's turn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes. Greg and Tammy, do you want to come up and just whichever one first and just real quickly tell us about yourself and why you want to serve? Okay, Tammy, you're first, and then Greg, you get in line right there. So, Tammy, thank you for your interest in serving.
Well, thank you for accepting me to the position. I'm Tammy Conabear. I've lived here in the Nampa area for 15 years, but the Treasure Valley for 45. I've always done community service. Currently, I work with the Canyon County Sheriff's Shop at the Sheriff event. Done all kinds of community service. I've actually helped with Margie at the community shelter with golf tournaments and stuff out of the woodshed, and do a Battle of the Bars golf tournament, and just really, this is something that appeals to me. I'm a people person and like events and coordinating, so looking forward to it.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for your willingness to
Well,
serve.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And Greg?
Yeah, we've seen him.
Quick.
Greg, I have seen you many times.
I know, I'm a little disappointed about you guys winning. I just got the email. I'm a Quanian, so.
We won't hold that.
Still don't believe it. There might be some fraud. We'll look into it. Greg Gamble, been actually going to these meetings for the past year and a half. So it was suggested that I just get on the board for it. I do a lot of city work. I actually work with the police department, work with school district, a few other people, homeless kids. I take them in, I eat the cost. So a lot of people don't know I'm in hospitality, local hotel here in Nampa. So when I was brought to Nampa, I got involved in the community, got shacked up with Kenny somehow. Don't know how that happened. And he got me just plugged into outreach programs and helping out. So right now I think I have 8 different programs helping local people that are struggling. So I help them with housing, food, all the stuff, and I cover half the cost. So I had to add another thing to the resume, so happy to be here. Thank you for my time and your time.
Mayor, Greg, it's easy to transfer to a winner's club if you would like to.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll see about that once we find out who won.
Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Greg, for stepping up during the COVID housing issues that we had. Greg was really great and did provide some supports for us that were badly needed at the time. So thank you for all that you do for our community. Appreciate you.
The third item under new business, we can push it off, but I don't know if Kirk Carpenter will be here later. If we can have him here, and I'd really like him to introduce this discussion. So Kirk, if we can be fast, I'd like to have a quick discussion regarding the appointments to the Fire District Advisory Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. This will take just a minute. Mayor and I have been talking some time, and as Council's well aware, with the decision for the annexation with the Fire District, we had in the agreement a 5-person board to be appointed by the Mayor and the Chair of the Commission to really be a guiding committee for our department and be a liaison and a communication piece for our Council and Commission as we work forward through all of the different intricacies and MOUs and agreements that we're going to have created between the city and the Fire District in continuing our long venture together in success of providing fire and EMS for Nampa. In talking with the mayor, we did have numerous names brought to us. Unfortunately, as the time grew closer, we were told by the main people that we were considering that they would be unable to accept the position due to they're looking at moving outside of Nampa city limits, and they didn't feel like it would be a good representation for our community. So in talking with the mayor over the last week, we would like to propose or present to the council suggested 2 names, and we hope that the president of the council, Randy Haverfield, would consider being on our advisory committee, as well as Chief of Staff Rick Hoglund representing the city's staff. If you remember, it will also include myself and Doug Racine as department heads and the finance director, and then the Nampa Fire Protection District did select their two members. One will be Fire Commissioner Frank Wolfkill, and the other was Kenny Roten, who often attends our commission meetings. I don't think he does much of anything else in life except for attend meetings. So we enjoy having him there, as he's usually one of our only community members that shows up. So we just wanted to bring that forward to the council for their consideration. Our first meeting will be around the first or second week of March. We're going to be finishing up the strategic plan and the different timelines that will be presented to the committee and the council and commission on moving forward with all the different agreements that need to take place and the timing in which those will occur over the next year. So, Mayor, unless you can think of anything else, I think that would be a quick end to that report, so you can move on with council business.
Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate that. And something that with Rick we've talked about, and Rick's willing to serve from the staff, but if there's someone that wants to serve from the community and we can identify those people, then we could certainly have a volunteer that is interested in serving, and we would certainly welcome that if there's anyone that would be interested in serving that we missed. So if someone wants to serve, they're welcome to serve. But for now, I would just like to make sure it's okay with our city council to begin where we are, because the first meeting is coming up in March, knowing that if we have another volunteer, we could certainly do that. So, any comments, thoughts? Would that be okay to move forward as we are? I think I'd like a motion. That way we just know that it's okay.
So,
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to proceed with Randy Haverfield and Rick Hogelbaum to serve, and then if we have another volunteer that comes forward, we will.
Reconsider your motion. Mayor, there may be, I know the one you're talking about is moving, I was aware of that, but there may be another individual. Maybe know that by Wednesday. I'll let you know.
Okay, that would be great.
Mayor, Council President Haverfield, you accepted the appointment, right? You would be willing to serve?
We did talk to him before.
He looked a little surprised, so I was like, do you?
It's not that big of a surprise, no.
Okay, so you're willing. Okay, great, thank you.
And this is an action item, but
I don't know
it's a
how
roll call.
able, but-
Is it an all in favor? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, so with that, let's step into our public hearing portion of our city council meeting. And our first public hearing and action item is, this is a variance to section 10-16-2 to allow an accessory storage in front of the principal building in section 1034-10A, 2A, to allow fencing of merchandise for an outdoor display of swing sets, play equipment, and sheds on an 8.12 acre parcel at 2100 Caldwell Boulevard. This is at the Chopco subdivisions for Paul Nielsen, representing Well Nampa LLC. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. So thank you for coming forward and sharing your name and address. And have you presented before? You look so familiar.
No.
You have not?
No,
Okay.
I have not had the pleasure yet, so.
Well, just a quick, the process.
Yeah.
So this is your opportunity to tell us about the project. We'll follow up with the staff report.
Great.
During the public hearing, take some notes if anyone comments at all. I don't know if anyone's going to comment, but, and then we'll have you come back to
Okay.
wrap up with any questions.
Perfect. So my name is Nathan Ashby. I know Paul is on here. He's the architect that we had draw up this place, but I work and represent Lifetime Products, and Lifetime Products, I think we sent some information for you. Hopefully you got a chance to look at it. We're a manufacturing company, but we have a chain of retail stores, mostly in Utah, and then we have one in Boise as well. And we're excited about the prospects of possibly a future store right here in Nampa. So as you mentioned, some current ordinances are in place that don't allow us to have an outdoor showroom that is pretty vital to our business, and we feel like those ordinances are kind of talking about other things like mechanical equipment and trash bins and such, and there's not a lot about a playground store type ordinances, which is normal. So that's why we're here today, and happy to answer any questions. Or also shot a video, I don't know if everybody got a chance to see that, of kind of what that actually looks like, to try to give a better understanding of that as well.
Rodney, do we have the video queued to where we can watch that this evening?
We don't. It was sent out by email by the clerk's office, though.
Yeah.
So are there any questions of the applicant at this time?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
What was your first name again?
It's Nathan.
Nathan.
Yes.
So as far as your proposed layout, it appears that you're not encroaching on any of the landscape buffer, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the fencing would be what type of fencing?
So we would be open to really anything, but we typically use a 6-foot wrought iron, so something that's decorative and appealing.
So it needs to allow vision through it, basically?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet. Any others?
Okay. I don't see any others, but we'll have you back.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much. Rodney?
All right, Mayor and Council, I figure I better clarify that I don't know if I have any relationship with relation to Nathan Ashby. My name's Rodney Ashby, but no known relationship there. The request for you tonight is for a variance of section 1016-2 to allow accessory storage in front of the principal building, and section 1034-10A2 to allow fencing of merchandise for outdoor display of swing sets, play equipment, and sheds at 2100 Caldwell Boulevard, for Paul Nielsen, representing Well Nampa LLC. I will skip over the purpose. I think he's handled that already, except for, yeah, in fact, I think he covered all of the items under that section. Okay. So for your information, this is in a commercial district in our comprehensive plan future land use map. It's in the BC, or Community Business Zoning District. You can see that there on the screen. A little bit of light industrial in the area, but primarily commercial. The surrounding land uses include storm drain ponds and pressure irrigation utility pump house in BC Zoning District to the northeast. To the southeast is the Winco Foods. Let me go back to the zoning right there. To the southwest is the Human Being, U-Haul Moving and Storage, BC zoning again. Northwest is Canyon Plaza LLC Commercial Strip Mall and Parking, vacant land, beyond that. And then I just wanted to point out, it's a little strange. You can see on this this screen here, this property that's within this property. So that is Carl's Jr. at 2034 Caldwell Boulevard, and it's located within the property boundaries. And that is the closest parcel to the proposed outdoor display. Utilities, sewer and water currently service the property. Public Works noted that there is an existing 8-inch private sewer main running through the planned storage area that serves the Carl's Jr. at 2034 Caldwell Boulevard. And then transportation, they be accessed off of course Caldwell Boulevard and then the neighboring parking lots. This is an old enough development that we don't have records of their cross-access agreements, but it's an established agreement where those parking lots are shared in that area. I did want to show just a couple of, I looked up the Boise property, and that's up to the top left here. You can see some of how this is displayed with that wrought iron fencing and the playgrounds. There was also some sheds on the Boise property, really well maintained, it appeared. And to the east, or to the right on the screen, is where they're proposing to place their development. You can see this internal property here for Carl's Jr., and then the playground and sheds and everything here. I think in the Boise one, they also have a basketball court for people that they can just go use their basketball standards. I'd love to see that, but that's just me. So the applicable regulations, we've talked about these before. They need to show a hardship of some kind. The purpose of a variance is to provide fair treatment and to see that individuals are not penalized because of site characteristics beyond their control. This is a little unique. I really wasn't totally convinced that this qualified as that it needed a variance, but there was enough question in here that we just moved forward with that, with requesting that they apply for the variance. And you can see on the screen now just the wording from the variance, the applicable regulations. Those are in your staff report as well. These are the findings basically that you'd have to find occur on this property to be eligible for the variance. Okay, so I wanted to highlight this section of the code where we're getting the variance for. 1016.2 says all principal property uses, and then it gives several different uses, shall be in an entirely enclosed building unless otherwise specified by conditional use permit. So that's one part of the code that is basically saying if you're using this as your store, it needs to be inside a building. The next part there is accessory exterior storage affiliated with principal uses shall not be allowed in any area in front of the principal building on a property. So that's the other section there. Now we'll move to 1034-10A-2A. This is in design standards because it's in the BC zone. It would be required to meet the design standards. And under that section, it says that fencing of anything other than mechanical or maintenance-related equipment or stored inventory or trash receptacles is prohibited. So for clarity's sake, we felt like it would just be a good idea for us to present this as an option for a variance as well. I also included in your packet a description of what's required for parking. It appears that there's a significant amount of parking on the lot. Even if it was just left to the building, there's plenty of parking. With this additional display, I guess that's something we could look at, but I didn't feel like there was a need for expanding the numbers of parking stalls required. So correspondence, Nampa Engineering Department, I already referenced that comment about the 8-inch private sewer main, and that they would just need to be aware of that during their development. And then the building department will require all development and construction be subject to Title IV building regulations. All right, so staff analysis, there's a lot of words up there, pretty small. I'm just going to say that I think that there is definitely room for the council to consider that there's a unique site circumstances or conditions of this property, just based on the layout of the lot and the type of use that's being proposed. It doesn't really fit into anything that we've described in our code, where we're storing inventory. No, it's a little different than that. It's a display of their inventory where people can put their hands on it and use it out in the open. I also wanted to just point out that we have other stores like Lowe's or Home Depot where they display their sheds out in the parking lot, or their trailers, and this is really the only place for those types of merchandise to be displayed to the public. And so it seemed like that gave a little bit of precedence for a decision here. However, the council could decide, they have that ability to decide that this does not meet the conditions of the variance as I outlined in the city code. Finally, I just wanted to point out that a variance will typically remain with the property regardless of the owner. However, staff recommends that if the council grants this variance, it be issued only for the Lifetime store and for large outdoor items sold by Lifetime. This will prevent any future businesses locating in the building from being able to store inventory in the front of the property and from fencing that inventory. That would be against what we've allowed for any other property in that zone. So if council votes to approve the variance, staff recommends the following conditions: that the variance shall apply to the property only if operated and managed by Lifetime, and the outdoor display is only used for large outdoor products sold by Lifetime. And due to the existing 8-inch private sewer main, utility locates should be performed prior to fence install to ensure posts do not impact the utility, and access should be maintained for future maintenance. And the engineering department will require all development and the building department will require all development and construction be subject to Title IV of the building regulations. And then any other conditions that you wish to apply to this process. And I placed a potential motion on the screen for you to consider, and be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Rodney, a couple of questions. You alluded to the parking, that there's sufficient parking in the parking lot for cross-access use of all the different retail uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I question, or I guess I would ask if you had spent any time with the applicant as far as in looking at the location of where this is being proposed, in light of all of the parking area, that it could have been placed closer to the main building, being that far removed. The oversight of the use would be something I guess they would have to deal with. But was there any consideration of locating this fenced area closer to the main building?
Mayor and council, I didn't have any conversation with them about a different location. I just took what they had proposed and applied the code to it to see what needed to be done.
Okay, so the consideration of its location and the safety of the people that might be moving in and out of it is left to them to determine if it's appropriate or not?
Mayor and council, or any conditions you would like to place on this.
Okay. My final question is, did anyone talk to Carl's Jr. about locating this use so close to their facility, and if it would impact their potential parking needs?
Mayor and council, they have been notified of this project, and we have received no communication back from them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are good questions, and so I'd like actually our applicant to answer those when they come forward. So those are 2 questions that you can answer after the public hearing. So thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Rodney?
Yes.
When Shopko had their greenhouse in their parking lot, were they required to have a variance because they were storing goods?
Yeah, good question. I think it's just been kind of overlooked. It hasn't been considered needing a variance. I think a big difference here is the fence. We're placing a big fence around this equipment and product, and so that seemed to imply that this is more significant than just putting plants out in the greenhouse. But yeah, I'm not sure. We haven't had that since I've been in this position come before us for consideration. It's just kind of always been allowed over time.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, additional questions?
Just as a follow-up, Rodney, as far as the parking lot layout, I'm looking at page 127 in our packet. There doesn't appear to be any pedestrian movement area to and from this area across the parking area. Is that something that you have a concern about from a planning and zoning standpoint?
Mayor and council, that is a really good point. Our new code for parking would require some planner interrupts, a little bit of change in this. We really encourage people to have a walkway in a parking lot. And this just doesn't have it. It's just such an old parking lot that those conditions weren't in place. But yes, I would love to see some kind of pedestrian access of some kind, protected some access to this location. I think that's probably a wise approach.
Mayor, just as a follow-up to you then, my concern was if someone goes into the main building to look at equipment and then are directed to this location across the parking lot to go look at it in its actual installed state, they have to walk across a parking lot that does not have any pedestrian provided access.
Thank you. Good comments. Are there any additional comments at this time?
Mayor, I'll have a question for the applicant, but I'll wait till.
Public hearing. Okay. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we'll move to that portion. And Debbie, we don't have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to, correct?
Correct.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular public hearing? Okay, so seeing no one, this is an opportunity for applicant to come back and to address a couple of those questions that came forward, and then also for the council to ask any additional questions. And could I comment, we've got a real feedback happening on the mics that it's kind of awkward. Maybe if we backed them just a hair, it wouldn't kind of, I don't know, they sound a little hot. So.
Mayor, Mark, do we need to shut these off if we're not talking? I know we'd like for me to shut it off.
Great. Thank you, Nathan.
Well, if it helps too, I brought some blown up pictures of a big better show our outdoor display. I'm happy to pull those out and show you guys exactly how to get a better idea of the real shot. And we've actually too have taken our Boise store and I overlaid it in that area. So of course it wouldn't be the exact same thing because it's not the same exact square footage, but it'd give you a good idea. Would you like to see those?
Would that be helpful to the council? Yep.
Yeah?
Let's
Okay.
do it. And thank you.
So while you're doing that, sir, are you having a basketball area like in Boise?
Yes. So actually,
Go ahead.
basketball is a big part of what we do. So if anybody's ever played on a driveway basketball set, that was probably one of our hoops. So that's actually how Lifetime got founded, was that adjusting mechanism that went up and down with your hoop. So yes, you can still come and play, but they're actually for sale as well, and you're happy to help you get one.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
real quick, just for the record to be complete, whatever you might be showing the council, if you can provide the clerk a copy of that.
What was that? I'm sorry?
Whatever you might be showing the council and mayor, if a copy can be provided to the clerk for the record.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Just email a PDF.
Yep, I could do that. Let me just pull out a couple that are relevant. I brought a bunch, but you won't need all of those. Forgive me, it's tight. They're paying me by the hour to be here, so I'm take my time with it. So, like Rodney showed, that's kind of the outdoor space that we're talking about. This is the basketball area he was talking about. So we've got our play sets and sheds set up, basketball hoops. We do other outdoor patio furniture and stuff like that. So you can see we try to keep it really nicely kept. And I heard somebody mention Shopco's and stuff like that. We kind of put ourselves in a weird situation because we know these places exist and have always done that, but this is such a key part of our business. We can't ever move forward and just kind of hope that nobody's upset with it later. So we understand we open Pandora's box a little bit when we show up and ask for it, but we think that's the right way to do it. I think that's probably okay. Then you guys get the idea. This would just be in that same area, so it'd look very similar. And you'll have to remind me some of the questions.
So there was a question about Carl's Jr. parking?
Yeah.
And have you had communication with Carl's Jr.?
We have not been in direct contact with Carl's Jr. We're still in our due diligence phase of exploring everything here. And as we understand it right now, they've got adequate parking outside of what we're doing that with. So their pad is already sectioned off on that.
Randy, did you have?
Can you put up the site? Put up the site plan again? Okay, where you're proposing this use, and it's a wonderful thing to have. I'm not trying to diminish that at all. My concern is right adjacent to it to the southeast are 4 lanes of traffic, and if balls are being bounced around that can errantly go over a 6-foot fence or in between it, it's going to be into to those 4 drive lanes. That's a bit of a concern to me. Just the placement, where if the question was asked, had you considered locating this closer to the actual physical building itself so you could maintain and oversee both inside and outside customers instead of it being so far disconnected without having a pedestrian way that connects the two, because there isn't a path that's not protected at this point. So that was my concern for a liability standpoint of who assumes the liability. If it's you, it's your liability, but you know, it's a question to be asked.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a question that we talk about internally amongst our team, and we do take that liability. The point to the basketball, so typically how it works is most of the time there's somebody out there always helping people when the weather permits and it's nice. We have in our other stores, we've done stuff like, you can kind of see it on here, I didn't mean to capture it, but yield paint and warnings, and we could certainly do that, and we would most certainly be open with exploring how to grant safer access to it. But that is our preferred place to put it, is in that area.
Sure, it highlights your product,
Right.
but again, from a functional standpoint, you haven't answered my question yet of the disconnect between the building, the indoor and outdoor sales. Getting someone, I mean, do they pay out there for the product?
No.
Do they have to go back into the main building to pay?
Yep.
That's just the functional standpoint of retail sales that I wondered if you'd really looked at yet. This could be located closer to the main building and still serve the same function. What you're getting or asking from us is the ability to have a prime location for visibility adjacent to 4 traffic lanes with the inherent issues that I am concerned about for pedestrians. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so operationally, we conduct all of our business inside, and that's the same way with all of our stores. So most of our stores have these areas separate, and that is also the case in Boise. So we will go back and forth with customers, taking them out and then bringing them back in. But yeah, everything is done inside.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Yes, and Councilman.
Go ahead.
If memory serves me, aren't you adjacent to the freeway in Salt Lake?
Yes.
I remember
Yeah.
seeing that. How do you work around that for safety? Because you've got a lot of traffic going through there. It looks to me like the basketball courts are set back
Yeah.
from the main roads a little bit.
So I know it was mentioned you could come and play basketball. It's not a park. I mean, so there's the appeal there, but we don't keep balls out there and let people play. We'll take a basketball out there and show somebody a rebound off of, how that performs, but we just never had those kind of issues. They're great questions and great points, but we're always kind of far back enough, and it's not a 24-hour playground where that's ever been an issue for us. But yeah, you're right. 2 of our stores are right along I-15.
Councilman Brewer.
Mayor, thank you. And that's good, because Councilman Bauer hangs on rims and bends them.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to go out there. My question, bounces it off the rim.
Yeah, I never.
Plus, this kid is, he and his boy are free throw champions, so that's a question, a follow-up to Councilman Haverfield's. Okay, so is this gated area then, wrought iron, is it locked at all times unless there's a clerk or a salesperson out there?
It's locked after business hours, so during business hours it's open.
It's open, so you could actually have a kid walk in there and you would not know that in the store?
Correct. We keep an eye on it, and we go out.
I am not, I think this is a wonderful thing, but I will be voting against this if you're not having supervision out there, especially with that busy road and the kid bringing their own basketball and so on. I just thought from a sales standpoint, if you're showing a full unit of whatever you're trying to sell and you're having a salesperson walk them out there to this site, I think that's great. But to have that open and anyone walk in there, I don't think that's a safe situation that I would be.
So we have one man gate that we unlock in the morning during business hours, and that would be located, on that corner where it says man gate there, facing the store. We think we'd have.
Anyway, I understand the visibility. If I'm in your business, I'd want that prime site also. But as Councilman Haverfield has stated, it's a concern to me from a safety standpoint if you don't have supervision out there during open hour. And I'm not talking about somebody out there all the time. I'm just talking about if you have a possible buyer and wants to look, that you're always having somebody out there and otherwise where they unlock the gate when that happens. So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mayor?
Yes.
So your other stores, do you have that problem?
We have not, no, but
have you ever
they're open, yeah.
I'm sure there's been a situation where hey, someone's shooting at the hoop, you go out there and kick them out?
We don't go out and sometimes politely, but yeah, we're out there
all the time.
We're constantly out there, especially during the busy time.
How many employees do you imagine will be on site?
We'd probably have a staff of about 12. Yeah, and then any day, 5, 6 working, and Saturdays are our busy day, and more of them then. So.
And Mayor, if I may just follow up, then that's the other thing. If you have a clerk or a salesperson walking out there, from what Councilman Haverfield was saying, a safety standpoint as far as walking from the physical store to that, and plus Carl's Jr. right next door. And there's a lot of kids going into Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
I can just see 6-year-old kids or whatever saying, Mom, Dad, can I go, the next time we go, let's bring my basketball hoop and I'll go out and shoot hoops while you guys are finishing your meal or something. So anyway,
It's a valid concern, and ironically, another one of our stores in Orem, Utah, is also right next door to Carl's Jr. and
I'm probably
yeah.
being extreme, but
yeah, no,
for
it's
kids' sake, I'm
yeah.
that way, so thanks.
So how does that function in Orem, Utah, when you're right next to Carl's Jr.?
What was that?
How did that work for you in Orem, Utah? That
Well,
location?
we manage it somewhat by the entrance isn't right across the street from their doors, so it would be much similar to this. And like I said, we have lots of signage to call the stores when so that people can shop and call us if we're not happen to be out there, but it's just our practice to constantly be going out there and looking and sending people out because it's just such a big part of our business, so.
Do you have cameras that monitor that area?
Some of our stores.
Is that something you could do here so you could see if people are on the lot?
A lot of the times like we do not have any in Boise, and we would certainly look at it, but we've had issues with running cable through the lot and the costs associated with all of that kind of stuff. So some stores have it where we can see it from the building. They're mounted to the buildings, and then other stores do not.
So I have another question about Carl's Jr. parking.
Mm-hmm.
So needless to say, when you're leasing space in this lot, it would be whoever owns that lot that would have the responsibility to ensure that you can take up that parking? Because, I mean, that's, depending on, there's a row of parking there, but how do you deal with the parking situation with Carl's Jr., especially if no communication's been taken? Who's ultimately responsible?
So we are looking, we're actually under contract on the building and the lot, so we're trying to be the owners. Now, if that falls through, we'll then pursue lease options, but that'll fall into the guidelines of whatever what Rodney talked about, the easements and all of that. That's part of that deal we adhere to.
So does Carl's Jr. own their lot, and where did these parking spaces go in relationship?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, Carl's Jr. does own their lot. It's a separate parcel, and it has adequate parking on that parcel.
Okay, so the outline that you're showing us there is actually their parcel?
Correct.
With the parking on it?
Yep, and
Okay,
there's both parking on this side as well as parking on this side.
Okay. So that other is not on their parcel? Thank you,
Correct.
that's
Yeah.
exactly what I needed to catch, get in my brain. Yes?
Sorry, Rodney, does Carl's Jr. have a drive-through?
I believe it does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it on the west side or the north side?
Is it this side
East
right
side,
here?
I believe.
On which side?
The northeast side.
Okay. So you'll have that vehicular traffic moving in and around the building too? Thanks.
Are there any other questions for our applicant at this time or staff? And are there any other comments that you would like to make or anything else you would like us to?
I don't think so. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the photos. That's
Yes,
very helpful. Cal.
Absolutely.
Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mayor, I'm in favor of accepting this, but not with added conditions that there is, for me to vote for this, there would need to be supervision whenever that gate is unlocked. So I would add that to the conditions of approval. So I can.
Camera suffice?
What's that?
If there were a camera that they could monitor from in the store, would that suffice?
If there's a camera, As long as there's attentive somebody looking and watching that screen or wherever it is in the physical store and can get out there in a hurry. So I guess I would compromise in that area, if you want to call it a compromise, camera, as far as somebody's being attentive to whatever's going on out there.
I'll make a comment before other council members comment. Some of these big stores, I mean, they're hard to, some of them will be vacant for a long time. It's a big problem, and not just our town, but a lot of towns, of what happens when these retailers go out of place. So I view this as a great option.
I agree.
The quality of their equipment is excellent. I've been shooting on their hoops before. So I'd hate to not be business friendly with someone trying to come in and get into a place that can be hard to fill if they don't come in. So I'll be voting in favor.
Mayor?
Yes.
I agree with Councilman Bauer. I think it almost creates a beautification in the area that otherwise has struggled a bit, for lack of another term. It looks a little bit disinvested as those have closed. I think you've got a movie theater there. You've got a restaurant. It could be kind of the outdoor McDonald's playground for Carl's Jr. And I also think that it promotes fitness. I think it promotes physical activity. I wouldn't be surprised if Carl's Jr. had to work out a deal with you for a coupon for kids who want to go play a lot. But I agree with Councilman Brunner. There needs to be some supervision. I don't know if you have a golf cart to shuttle out like a car lot. Make sure people get out there in time. But you will attract kids. There's not a lot of play spaces around there. And so I think while it's a really great idea and I think a great addition to a large vacant area, the safety concern is real for us.
Are there any other comments?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
It's a good idea, but then we're dealing with another accessory storage in a parking lot. So they're storing the businesses in front of the business. And I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with the safety issue with traffic, vehicle and pedestrian. So I'm worried about that. And I don't know that I've seen the right plan that they have that would allow me to approve this. That's a good idea, I'll tell you that.
Mayor, I'm going to move. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and we'll see if it gets a second or not. So I will approve this. I make the motion that we approve this variance.
Rodney, could you put that up on the?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Please.
Do I need to read the whole thing?
No, but it's helpful us to see it.
So I approve the variance as stated with the conditions of approval stated by staff, and also with the added condition that the gated area remains locked unless there is supervision from the store or a camera that is being monitored.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
First off, I just want to tell you, thank you for your willingness to take over this building. I too, like Councilwoman Mucci, agree that, and Bauer, that having someone come in and use these buildings in such a productive way is an enhancement to our community and especially to that area. Having spent 18 years in Utah, we frequented the business and we were captivated. The difference between this location up here is the location of where you have your play yard in comparison to your building, where people do their business. So I too am very concerned, and I think it's legitimate, we all agree, as far as pedestrians. I can see people very easily parking just across the way there as soon as they turn into the parking lot, and the kids running out of the car before mom and dad have a chance to stop them or corral them, whatever, and they're over there ready to play. I do like the idea, and I understand the marketing aspect, that it really needs to be out front to attract people, to get them to see what you have. I love the idea of promoting exercise and that family activity. At the same time, I'm hoping it doesn't become a playground for Carl's Jr., because that's not the intent. The intent is for it to be an extension of your sales floor, not to be entertainment for that area. So I'm kind of torn because I really want to see you come in to take over that building. I want to encourage the family getting together in that activity, and it is going to be beautiful color in that area as well. And it's a very quality product. All of your products are quality. But I'm very concerned about the pedestrian element. So I'm kind of torn on where I'm going to go on my vote here. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Can I?
Actually, we cannot because we've closed it, so I apologize, but
Mayor, I would be open for an amendment to my motion if Councilwoman Levi, as far as the walking or pedestrian, if she has an idea, if there's another condition. That's just, like the golf cart idea, I thought that was mentioned, as far as taking, not a bad idea, but anyway.
Mayor. And Councilman Brunner, thank you for your faith and your confidence in me and acknowledging the concern about the pedestrian. I like the idea of the golf cart if you have the customer initially making the contact and in the big building. But again, when you have the family that pulls up toward just across that entranceway and the kids dart out of the car, and as Councilman Haverfield pointed out, you have 4 lanes of traffic. And so the chances of them taking a left-hand turn immediately as they get in that parking lot are really great, and that child darting across. So I don't know, I'm open to anyone's suggestions. I don't know specifically what avenue we might be able to take to accommodate, one, our investor, and then secondly, getting this great product in Nampa.
any further comments?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I appreciate the motion. I appreciate the time spent in dialogue this evening. My concern still is with the pedestrian access to this location, the proximity to the main entrance to a complex of multiple retail uses. That entrance, as people leave, is basically it's a racetrack because there isn't really good supervision of parking and movement of vehicles along with the pedestrian access to and from this location especially. I would feel more comfortable if the proposal would have been put closer to the building itself in an area of the parking that they control. And I've highlighted on my screen where I thought a better place would be because it would be easily accessible from inside to outside, monitoring the use of that area, people coming and going and not having to be so close to the main entrance. So I would be in favor of a different location than the one shown. Otherwise, I can't support the motion. I support the use full time, yes.
Yes, Councilwoman.
With Councilman Brunner's motion, I wonder, and this is going to cause additional work, but if there's a way to put a couple things for display close to the road that are not for play, but they would catch your eye, because clearly that's what they're trying to do, is drive sales into the store and then be able to move that back, where the kids would then be able to access that play space. But I think to leverage the traffic and the sight lines for those impressions is likely what's really important. So I don't know if there's a way to do scaled down things that catch your eye and move some other stuff back to address the safety concerns.
Mayor, just to follow up to that idea is a creative use of equipment with signage, since that's basically what they're drawing to, makes total sense. But the full outdoor area out that close is what I struggle with, because that's where you're trying to drive people to go look at the product in an installed state, but you have to go back to the main building to sell it. That back and forth nature, along with the impact to Carl's Jr. or the attraction, which this will be to young kids running across the parking area to go into that area, it's just problematic to me from a standpoint of layout. But I would be in favor if there was a way to minimize the amount of area and place it closer to the main building, and then put some of that equipment up there with signage that directs them back to the main building, sure.
Thank you, Councilman.
So Mayor, is Rodney able to speak at all at this point?
Rodney is, and so I was just going to turn to legal and ask a question. So our public hearing is closed, but I think that what I'm hearing from council is that they really have a question for the applicant if he's willing to adjust the location. Are we allowed to do that?
Madam Mayor, members of council, you can make a motion to reopen the public hearing. If that motion passes, then you're back open and you can receive information from the applicant.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we did have a motion and a second on the floor, and so I'm just trying to think, I want to make sure we stay, can we because now we've got a second motion on the floor, so what do we need to do with our existing one? Can we just rescind that motion?
You can.
Mayor, I'll rescind my initial motion if the second does also.
I won't.
You'll rescind your motion? You won't, which means we won't be able to open public hearing and ask the question. So.
All right, I will.
Okay.
Councilman Haverfield, did you kick him?
Must have done something.
Oh, yeah. We'll get back there. Okay, so with that said, I would stand for a motion. I believe we had a motion to reopen public hearing. Did we have a second? Do we need a roll call on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we have reopened the public hearing, and we would like to ask the applicant some questions, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. And thank you for listening to the discussion. So I think the question that we would have for you is, are you willing to potentially move your location instead of that front, but have it back further on this lot?
It would be something that I would certainly take back to the team to discuss. It wouldn't be something I'd be able to stamp and say. So I would want to be clear, though, is that this is not frankly a sure deal for us, and this is one of those situations where this would be the largest investment we've ever made in a store and buying the whole complex. We do strategically prefer it to be there. So are we open to it? Absolutely. I'll take it back to the team and we'll discuss it. Could it be cause for us not to move forward with it? Yes, it could be. So.
Mayor?
Yes.
For clarity purposes, so are we talking about them moving the actual sales floor of not the sales, but having the building and then moving the location of where the clients can go, but are we still leaving on the table them having some kind of display up toward the front so that they can still garner client interest as they're driving by?
That was my understanding, yes.
Is that?
We would take that and.
Okay, I want to make sure that he understands it, but that's what we were thinking.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, and let me just ask Councilwoman Munchie, then you're talking about a limited display though, right?
Mayor, yes, I think just because I know that you need the road attraction.
Yeah.
It's kind of like your billboard, and so you need something up there that's going to draw attention. But you have Winco and Planet Fitness and the movie theater. It's going to pull people in anyway. So I'm hoping that if they see something bright near the road,
Yeah.
that says "Come play with us" or something, they'll come in.
Again, we would take anything back to the team to discuss. I would tell you, I would not be able to support telling the team that I think we should move forward with that. We're 7 stores in, and we did several years ago, we tested that concept, and we were in a really great area, really expensive place to be, and we thought that would get us through. I wish we didn't have to do outdoor areas. It'd be so much easier. I always tease with my boss that if we didn't have to overcome this would be really easy to just find a lease and say we're in, right? But it is something that is absolute for us, is having that.
So Mayor, if I may follow up with the question then, the added condition that I added, is that also a game breaker, you think?
So
I'm talking about either the video or a locked gate.
No, I don't think it. I would prefer a video, and we have actually had the cart discussion, so yeah.
So Mayor, once we close the public hearing again, then I will maintain my original motion.
And I'd also just say too that, we're nimble and we pivot and we learn things, and every situation is different. And safety is, of course, our number one concern too. I mean, we take on a huge liability, and we don't, just from the experience of opening several stores, we very rarely get it perfect the first, plan, and we draw out lots of things and then we make changes. And safety is something that we would always look at, always try to think through and keep improving and figuring out. So we're certainly, I think, on the same page that way.
Are there further questions? Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. One thing just to throw out there for council and also for Rodney, but also to this gentleman, would signage and a few displays in an enclosed structure be enough? And then do we as a council know off the top of our head, or Rodney, let us know, what are the signage restrictions? Because isn't there a sign standing out there already for the complex as to what businesses are in there? And would there be restrictions put on you again as to what you could and could not put out there that would limit your effective advertising?
Well, I guess, again, with that, everything's open to take back to the team and look at. We certainly want it laid out, and we want it this size because we know that's what works for us. So less than that, we would, of course, look at and have discussions on that. But we know we like this, and we know that that's, we're here with the intent that if we can get the deal worked out with the building, that we would want to move forward with that. So,
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? I think we've got it. Okay, so thank you so much.
thank you so much again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So Mayor, I maintained, if I don't have to repeat it again, my initial motion with the added condition.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would have a question for Rodney. I don't know now that if he's able to answer a question for me now, legal, being that we're talking about a motion. Okay, thank you. Signage. What are the signage allowances in that area? And depending on that property, because they already have signage out there, are we giving him a self-defeating proposition?
Mayor and council, the signage is determined with a sign permit. We assess how much frontage they have, the size of the property. There's quite a bit that goes into it to just figure out how much, what the size of that sign can be. My guess is that the signage that's out there is probably what is allowed, but we can certainly look into it and do the measurements and figure that out if that's council's will.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify, our motion. The motion is to approve the variance with the conditions as set forth by planning and zoning, and that that the gate is locked and that there is either a person or a camera there. But it is in the current location.
Correct.
That's the motion, is in the current location.
With the full display.
Right. So their display is their signage in essence. So that is the motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
For clarification purposes, then, Rodney, is the fencing identified? I don't see it in your recommended conditions of approval. Does that need to be stipulated by council?
Mayor and council, I think that would help. The applicant did mention that it was a 6-foot wrought iron fence. That's what we were proposing, and that's what we put in the staff report. But it would be helpful to have that clarification in the motion if you're willing.
Mayor, I'll amend my motion to add that to it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Mayor Kling, I appreciate you getting this fencing in there right, so if this does go your way, at least the fencing is correct, but I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I still don't feel that it's a safe location, pedestrian access. So I'm no.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Mayor?
And I knew, but I had already made up my mind which direction I was going to go, and I understand there are safety concerns, but I am going to vote yes. I think that we need the redevelopment and the Lifetime products. It's a wonderful product. I would like to see it further back,
but I'm going to vote yes with a motion because the redevelopment of that shopping center with that, I think, is good. And so it needs to be safe, and I know you guys know that because you would carry the liability of that. So, and then make good neighbors with, but my questions are answered and I do support it, so I'm a yes. So there you go. So you have a variance to move forward.
Yes. Please invite us to your ribbon cutting. We want to play.
And you should join the chamber.
Yes,
You don't- yeah.
And Lions Club.
We'll be there and we'll be excited for it.
And Kiwanis.
I don't think that ever.
Well, but the company should, right?
We absolutely will.
Yes. Okay.
Free basketball hoop for him.
Have plenty of rims, because he, like I said, he bends them.
You're going to give our attorney a heart attack.
I'll bend your rim if it's an 8-foot, okay?
Thank you, good night.
Our second public hearing, item 6.2 on the agenda, is an action item. This is a public hearing for the creation of a voluntary sidewalk, LID 170, and our applicant and staff reporter, one and the same, Daniel Badger. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, council, this is our annual Sidewalk LID program. This year we are in Zone G, and I'm sharing, but it's not showing up with the map. So, oh, there we go. So these are the properties located in Zone G that have volunteered to participate. We have 36 properties. The estimated value of the construction for the property owners is $85,000. And the city has $50,000 out of the street budget to do pedestrian ramps and alley approaches as appropriate adjacent to these properties. And would stand for any questions.
I appreciate that we have moved to the voluntary LID, and I think it's a wonderful benefit to our citizens, and I appreciate the council's willingness not to make it mandatory, so I appreciate this. So with that, if there are no questions for Daniel, seeing none, this is a public hearing, so let's open the public hearing, and Debbie.
We have a Judith Henderson.
I don't see it. Is Judith Henderson here? And was she in favor or opposed?
It says I'm in favor, and for speak, there's a yes.
Okay. Rick, we don't have anybody out there. Okay. So there's one person that signed up that's in favor for it. So with that, is there anyone here that had intended to testify on behalf of LIDs 170? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Council discussion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to authorize the creation of this LID number 170.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask the question. We've been at it for 2 hours. Do we need a break before we step into our last public hearing? Yes. Yes? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I apologize that we'll take a 5-minute break. It's good to see you guys.
Okay. We're ready for action item 6.3, and this is a public hearing for irrigation rates, miscellaneous fees, hookup fees, domestic water, and wastewater. You're fine. And it just gives Tom a chance to get here, and then Tom, when we get through this one, you can stay and we'll move into your staff report.
Okay.
When we get through.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So we've got several items here on rate increases for all three utilities. So what I would like to do is we do have our slides in the packet and what's being proposed. We'll start with irrigation and go through those slides and then take a break when we get to that question slide and see if there's anything to discuss about the, or you can stop me anytime during, but I definitely want to stop on each one of these because they're all separate percentages and separate reasons for the rate increases.
So can I have you pause right there?
Yep.
And I'm going to just ask legal a question on this. Because in the presentation, well, I guess we can't because we have a public hearing. So never mind. Thank you. Sorry. I answered my question. It just had to go through the head here, so. Well, I just got to thinking it'd be nice to vote, and then I forgot it's a public hearing and we have to open public hearing because it'd be nice to be able to vote, but we need to wait for public hearing. So we'll go through this entire slide presentation, pause at the end of each one, ask questions, and then we will open public hearing as a whole. And I believe we have 2 people signed up.
So Mayor, after the public hearing is closed and we make motions, are we making motions on these 3 separate then?
They will all be separate.
I got the nod, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for that clarification. So Jake and I are going to help split up this presentation. He does a lot of work with our numbers and our cost of service and our calculations. So when we get to the numbers parts, I'll transition over to him, but we'll both be here to answer questions. So why are we here? Why are we talking about these 3 utilities and rates? And the first one is about irrigation rates and timing in Idaho code. So if a rate's going to be changed, it needs to be decided upon by the 2nd Wednesday of February each year, and that's in Idaho code. So we start out with the Board of Appraisers and run these recommendations through the Board of Appraisers and then do the public hearing and then come to council. So that's why we're talking about irrigation. Domestic water, if you recall back in August of 2020, we came asking for a 8% rate increase on domestic water. And, for some of the same reasons we'll talk about today is just maintenance of the system. At that time, there wasn't the appetite of the council to do a rate increase and asked us to come back a few months later. So that's why we're here today to talk about that rate increase. And same thing with wastewater. Back in August, we were following our plan of stepped increases on rates for wastewater at 16.75% per year, to track with our bond. And at that time, council said 8% feels about right, and come back in a few months and see how we feel for the other 8.75%. So that's the reason that we're talking about this. Next slide. So you should see, you do have a slide in your packet about commitment to customers. So none of these are easy decisions for anybody to do rate increases. We look at them very thoroughly. We do a lot of data analysis to come up with these recommendations. And of course, the Board of Appraisers is there to review the data and come up with a recommendation. So a lot of these are to maintain our existing system. And then we are going to talk a little bit about hookup fee in this presentation, because some of the comments that we got from the public that we've heard was why doesn't development pay for some of these, and so we'll talk some about the hookup fee and what that means. Next slide, minimum. So our goal has always been not to do large rate increases all at once, and all of our plans have very small incremental stepped increases over time. So the wastewater was built that way, the domestic water, the same thing, and same thing with our irrigation. We're always looking for ways to be more efficient on our costs, and we're going to touch a little bit more on where we're at with our utility impact fee, which will help with some of these costs of the system. So the hookup fee update. So there's some history on the hookup fee. And in a nutshell, we asked our legal team to look at how we currently do our hookup fees for all the utilities and confirm it with a recent Supreme Court case that was decided eventually in 2019 with the City of Hayden. So, and the answer there was yes, you are following that. And there's a very specific formula on a hookup fee. So it's the value of the existing system divided by the capacity that you're able to serve. It's not the number of existing customers, it's the actual capacity in the denominator. And that was in the court case records. Also, this was not that method is not new. It dates back all the way to the city of Haley and Loomis. And so we've been using that same method for a number of years. So we thought it would be a good time to look at this closer again. We've looked at it when we had our legal team of Hilti. They had a letter in the packet in 2019. And then we have a new legal team. We thought it'd be a good idea to have them take a fresh set of eyes at it. And there's a letter in the packet that you'll see at the back of the slides talking about confirming our method. Would you like to add anything at this point? Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can interrupt, Tom. So fees on the development, that first bullet point there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so fees on development to recover an equitable share of utilities' current infrastructure do not incorporate growth. So will you maybe simplify that for me just a bit, and
yep.
If my thinking is correct, then what percentage approximately is it covering?
So the hookup fee, the way that the court case, the City of Hayden court case was very specific that you can't use a hookup fee to fund capacity improvements, that's what we're referring to growth.
Right.
So the hookup fee itself is simply just buying into the existing system is probably the simplest way to put it. So the formula itself does not allow you to add in projects for growth into the numerator. So that's where the utility impact fee would come in, that we can add in projects that would be growth related. So what we're going to talk about having here are two separate fees. One for a hookup, which is a buy into the existing system, and a separate fee for a utility impact fee, which will have its own set of its own CIP over a 10-year period. You define what that value is, and then that'll same as thing we did with streets.
Okay, so maybe just so if I can, so what I'm hearing is, as far as the hookup fee itself, we're doing, and from a legal standpoint, we're doing everything we possibly can as far as to get that from the developer.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoping to compensate that then with utility impact fees to make up for some of that loss. Is that too simple?
No, that's an accurate statement, Councilor Brewer, yeah. And it's been a great exercise for us to go through and look at the history of the hookup fee all the way back from 2015. This has been talked about in the city for some time, and really look at what those numbers mean, because we want to make sure that we're very transparent, and then defining the capacity is an important piece of the utility impact fee. So we were able to accomplish that, really taking a good look at it. So we're ready for the utility impact fee. So I appreciate all the time we spent on this. Another thing that we're doing, Jake and I in-house, is we're gathering as much data as we can on hookup fees of other cities. So it's difficult to take a look at one city's fee and compare it to another when it comes to hookup, because the value of the system is different in each city and their capacity is different in each city. So some of the smaller cities, they don't have very much capacity and they have very expensive systems, so they have a very expensive hookup. And so we are gathering that and looking at it and asking some questions so we can be prepared. So that's some of the research we've done. Just to summarize this, we're doing everything that we can legally with the hookup fee at this point. Okay, next slide. So utility impact fee, so this, like I said, this will be an additional fee. We do want to make sure that we take our time on this and do this correctly. We learned this from streets, right? There's a lot of outreach that we'd like to do with the contractors and the developers, and talking to the builders associations on what this means. We want to be transparent through the whole process. So we kind of listed out a few steps to get there. The first one is nearly done, which is the level of service. So you can't improve, you have to know what your level of service is for your utility. That's an important part of a utility impact fee. You can't use an impact fee to improve the overall level of service. So we have to define that first. And so we've done that calculation, and we'll bring in that forward here in the next couple months to show council what that is. So the next step, which we're doing in-house, Daniel, Jake, and I, we're coming up with a list of projects from our current master plans that would be impact fee eligible for all three of the utilities. So that's going to be the value of what, and then you determine that total value of those projects over a certain amount of time. So we're going to use our proposal as a 10-year period to match what we're doing with our other impact fees. Next, after we get that done, we'll actually calculate the fee, and then all these are things we'd like to do in 21. And at the same time, we do have some plans in place currently to update our master plans. So if there's any changes that need to happen, we'll kind of coincide those together at the same time in 2022, and then start in 2022 with outreach, because that's a really important. Looking at historical documents, that we make sure that we take our time and talk to the development community on this. So we want to do some public hearings, we have workshops so we can explain it. And then once we get, everybody's comfortable with it, just like we did in streets, we'd like to implement that, and it could even be mid-year of fiscal year 22.
So Mayor, if I may, I'm interrupting one more time. So I know we don't have the dollar amounts. This is all going to be studied for the next year plus. So is there opportunity, though, Jake, maybe in your mind also, that if we can increase this impact utility, that we may be able to lower the percentage of increases on our citizens in the future? Okay. So, I mean, when we get confident of that, I think that's a message that needs to be put out there. Okay, thanks.
Agreed, Councilor, yes. Okay, so that's some background information on what we've been doing. So now we'll get into the actual rate increases for irrigation. So as we stated, we have irrigation rates, we have irrigation and domestic miscellaneous fees, and all of these have different percentages that were mentioned by the Board of Appraisers. They helped us determine some of these percentage increases. And then the hookup fee increase. So we just so everybody's clear, the council's clear, the irrigation hookup fee increase is coming today. The other hookup fee increases for the wastewater and water came in August. So there's just different timing, but we did do hookup fee increases back in August. So some of the things that we're looking at in our irrigation funds is continued irrigation water quality pump upgrades. So some of these rate increases will cover those. Every year we continue to find culverts that are aging and need repair. And we just have an aging system there. And then regional lift stations. So we're building regional lift stations that serve several developments, and then so those are fun and developments happening. So we need to keep up with those that demand. So those are some of the high-level things on why we're asking for that. And on top of that, maintaining the system. Like I said, that's probably one of the number one things. We do see more irrigation mainline breaks than we actually do domestic. We've seen a lot of domestic already this year, but it's generally every year it's about double on the irrigation main breaks. We have quite a few of those. So, I'd like to turn this part over to Jake to talk about the rate proposal, and then we'll both be back up to answer any questions.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Councilman Bruner, to answer your question with the utility impact fee, ideally how that would work is we have a set revenue requirement that we need to meet all of the expenses that we have projected. We already have hookup fees and we have rates. Bringing in an additional revenue source likely would then decrease that upward pressure on rates. So we're not asking for more money to go spend more, we're just trying to come up with that forecasted expense, and so it all meets in the middle. And then, so really back into these rate proposals, what we have is looking at the irrigation rate increase. We are proposing a 5% increase, which was actually presented from the Board of Appraisers. We presented them several options being the no increase, an increase of 8%, which is roughly about $10 a year, and then following the two indexes that we've used for all the other rates. They proposed the 5% compared to what staff had presented at 4.35 for this coming year. A lot of that was just because they know that we do have asset management that we need to get to that we're currently underfunded on. So they're trying to beef that percentage up a little bit so that we don't have quite as much that we have to go after in the future. So that is the proposal for irrigation rates. And again, large part of that is due to a lot of the growth that we've seen, that we're putting a lot more of our CIP money into growth related aspects instead of asset replacement like we intend to. Just looking at the irrigation bill in comparison to other cities is really hard to compare to some of the surrounding cities. Boise does not have pressurized irrigation. It's all done through their domestic water. And likewise, the city of Meridian is all done through irrigation district. They do not have their own pressurized system. So really all we have to compare to is Caldwell. And what we're proposing with the 5% brings us up to an average bill of $131 a year. Compared to at Caldwell, I don't have any new rates for what they're proposing in 21, but that is what they were, that's what their rate was in FY20. So just as for comparison, we're right there in the ballpark. And then as always, we have our fund balance projection here. And really what I do when I'm trying to figure out what kind of rate increases we're going to propose, I have a 10-year outlook with all of our expenses being personnel, operations, CIP, equipment, and I'm trying to make sure we don't go below our minimum fund balance. So that's my goal. I don't, when we do this, we're not intending to take all the increase in 1 year because it would be a very large increase. So essentially I'm trying to give us 3 to 5 years ballpark to maintain and not go below fund balance with our projected spending rates while increasing slowly. So that's kind of what we use this graph for, is to help kind of identify where those rate increases are going to come from in the future. So we'll go through the next two because they're relatively easy, and then we'll take irrigation questions. So the next items are the miscellaneous rate proposals, and this is a large part irrigation parts and pieces that are used by crews to install. It also deals with some of our domestic rates in terms of call-outs and shutoffs and some of those annual things that we look at. So what we've proposed here is just a CPI index. These are really largely due to labor increases. A lot of the parts are passed through, so we're collecting those as we charge them out just based on what we're paying for them. So again, what we're trying to maintain is just our expenses that we have in labor and equipment. So that's what these miscellaneous rate proposals are for. And then lastly, we have the hookup fee proposal. As Tom mentioned, we kind of have to abide by that Supreme Court case. This year we didn't do a updated calculation, and so in the years that we don't do that calculation, we're able to just index that rate to try to maintain with construction costs that are increasing in the area. So that's what we have proposed here, is just the producer price index. That's a it's a West region construction cost index that we use for a lot of our rates. So that is what we're proposing for hookup fees this year. We've had several of the regional wells go in this past year, and we've got a couple more coming online probably this current fiscal year. So likely if those get done and put in the system, we'll probably redo this calculation before next year. So questions on irrigation?
Martine, I do have several questions. So Jake, so how much revenue do we get from irrigation, and how much money do we have in reserve?
Really, so if we look at the chart, the only revenue source we really have in irrigation is the hookup fees and rates at this point. So hookup fee is not a huge piece of the irrigation system at this point. So a lot of the revenues that we're seeing are just rates. So if we look here, you can see that this next year we're pushing up to about $5.5, $6 million. And this given increase, for instance, brings in roughly an additional $250,000 a year.
So over the last 3-4 years, there's been an increase on irrigation. What's the total amount of increases as of today?
I don't have that number handy in terms of what we've done in the past years. I know that we've been sticking to the PPI the last couple of years. And I'd have to go back. I think last year was 2.5 plus 1%, if I remember correctly. So it was about 3.5%.
Okay. So clarify a statement you said. You said that there was that these rates are for development. I don't think is that correct?
So a lot of these rates, what I mentioned was a lot of this development is requiring us to put in these regional wells faster than what we'd had planned in the master plan. And so when we look at that master plan and figure out what the rates are needed for that 10-year period, those were not factored in as fast as what they're coming in. So we're putting a lot more of our investment into those instead of asset replacement at this time.
So how much is the impact fee or the hookup fees or impact? How much do they pay for the development of these wells?
So hookup fees are all retroactive. So again, we can't really collect for a lift station that we just put in until after it's in, and then it's future home buyers. So it's all retroactive at that point. So what we have to do is pay for them up front. Our hookup fee is currently running probably about $400,000 a year in total revenue for irrigation. The lift stations are anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000.
So we get that investment back down the road, though. Yeah,
Eventually.
Yep. For right now, we're looking at increasing because of the necessity and demand.
Very much so.
People moving here or building homes are having to pay themselves, not the other customers, right?
So again, Councilman Rodriguez, a new owner is charged for their hookup fee. When they build a house, they pay that hookup fee based on what we have in the ground at that time. So if we have anything coming online in the future that is not part of that collection, it's everything they're paying into that's already in the ground.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, just following up with Councilman Rodriguez. So that's kind of where the people are saying no more growth. Don't allow any more development. Just stop it, because right now, on the front end at least, our current citizens are paying that until it becomes retroactive. So to a certain extent, that's the only way we would, all these wells and whatever, the way it would be to not allow any more growth, correct? I mean, is there another answer?
Councilman Bruner, that's correct. That's what we're hoping this utility impact fee will help solve portions of that, so that at least we have a funding mechanism for that
At
growth.
least have something to minimize it. Okay. But otherwise, no more growth is the only other answer, right? Just collecting more utility impact.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Jacob. So I just want to make sure I understand what you were just telling the two councilmen there on the end. So it's not retroactive. We make the investment ahead of time. So we're counting on more development happening to pay for this. So if something happens in this next year, the economy goes bust, our existing taxpayers or irrigation users pay the bill. We're stuck.
Councilman Levi, kind of and not kind of.
That's what I'm looking for, is clarification.
So the investment's already made. So essentially, we've already funded that lift station for the year through our CIP. What we're not able to invest in at that point is this asset replacement. So usually what we're doing is we're taking money away from pipe replacement and we're putting it into these wells that need to be put in to serve new customers. And so we're just prolonging asset replacement. So it's not saying that if we can't collect this because the economy goes down, that they're going to be forced to collect more in rates to cover that, because it's already been covered. We've already paid for that. It's just we're now a year, one more year behind in asset replacement.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If there are not, we can go on to the next segment.
Okay. So, Mayor and Council, let's next talk about domestic water. It's a similar issue. And we, at the last staff meeting at council, we talked about the number of water line breaks and service laterals that we've seen. There's been a lot for this first quarter of the year. It's exceeded all of last year's counts. So, which that's a sign that, we already knew we had an aging system. So that's, in my position, I get a little concerned when I see that many happening all at once. These rate increases, we're trying to keep on track with our mileage of water line replacement, because we know it's 7 times more expensive to go take care of an emergency than a planned project. You get a lot more for your dollar by planning ahead. And so having those rates in place to take care of these water lines is kind of the crux of what we're asking for. And it's really the same thing in irrigation too. I mean, we did have a good discussion about lift stations, but really the need is maintenance on both of these assets. There's a couple facts I just want to point out. So we've also, some of the data shows that 26% of our domestic lines will have reached their useful life by 2040. So that's not that far away. That's only 20 years out, a quarter of your system to be at a point that it's done. So that's a little scary to see that. We have about 450 miles of domestic pipe. So that's part of what these rates are for, is to come in and take care of these planned improvements. Next slide. So our goal, taking that number of the useful life ending in 2040 and calculating out what we need to do, we figured if we did 3.2 miles of domestic pipe annually, we'd be in pretty good shape. We're not there. We're getting more like half of a mile at this point, and so that's again part of the reason for the rate increase ask. We did this 0.36% of pipes annually. That's a national number, and that's kind of generally what other cities do. And what Nampa's at is 0.12% annually. So we're behind on what other cities are doing. So That's mainly, this the story here is maintenance. Again, we went to the Board of Appraisers to look at this rate increase, and I'll have Jake come up and talk about the numbers.
So Mayor and Council, as Tom kind of mentioned, most of this increase is for asset replacement, trying to get that annual miles pipe replaced up every year, because eventually it's all going to break. So we're trying to get us to a point where we can sustain the current infrastructure that we have. In 2016, we did have that rate study done for us, and that was contingent on that master plan that I mentioned. So what we did actually in August was we didn't follow, and Tom mentioned the 8%. That's not actually what we proposed. We actually proposed just a CPI increase of 1.76%, just because we did know that we were in COVID and had no idea at that point really what the outlook was. So we brought forward that 1.76% increase at that time. And as Tom mentioned, you guys decided to bring that back to where we are now. And so we brought that same 1.76% increase back to the Board of Appraisers as our proposal. And again, they followed up with a 5% increase, just knowing that if we don't start increasing rates now, it's going to be larger increases on the back end when we finally get to where we need to start replacing infrastructure faster. So that is the proposal that we have before you in domestic.
Are there any questions at this time? Yes.
Excuse me. And Jake, I'm reading here on page, in my packet 159. It says water main lines have had to be replaced with every recent roadway construction project in Nampa, costing the city hundreds of thousands in unbudgeted repairs last year. So without having that on the top of my head or in front of me, do we have a lot of roadway projects on slate for this year that could possibly involve having to replace the water system?
I think we're going to need you to repeat that into the mic so that people, for the recording, that it's here. So Daniel, would you like to come up? Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Levi, in the budget planning process last fiscal year, as we were planning for FY21, due to concerns over the COVID and what would happen with revenues, the road rebuild project for FY21 was canceled. That was slated to be Lake Lowell between Midland and 12th. So this year we're not doing a roadway rebuild project that would have a water line replacement associated with it.
Thank you. Further questions, please? So when we have a road project or we have an emergency where we have to replace a line, is there an approximate ballpark that we're putting out with each project in an emergency?
So, Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, so it just really depends on the extent of it and the location. So like Garrity, for example, if you recall that repair, that was around $250,000, and the line itself was not much. I mean, we replaced 20 feet of pipe, but we had to replace all the asphalt that lifted up and bubbled, and all the traffic control on the lane closure. So it varies from as high as that to some of the emergency repairs the crews are able to get done on their own, and not have much asphalt to replace. They could be as low as $3,000 to $4,000. So it really depends.
So a follow-up question, if I might then. So if there is an emergency that comes up, do we have money sitting in a fund somewhere to deal with that, or what is the source of revenue?
Yes, Councilwoman. So we do have a line item in our program to take care of emergency repairs, And it's called a contingency item. And it's something we built into our program a couple of years back just for these types of things that can happen.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay.
Mayor and Council, I apologize. I had more to go over. I just forgot. So here's essentially what the rates look like, what the proposal would be at the 5%. You can see essentially a lot of it is just the meter-based charge, which is the fixed amount really that's part of your rate. And then you have the volume charges at the bottom, and that's per tiered. And then we have the combined monthly water and sewer bills. And if you just look at the water, you can see that with the proposed 5%, the average annual bill, or not average annual, average monthly bill goes up about 70% on average, just on the water side. And again, here's the fund projection that we have for domestic.
Mary Clean? Question. So you say it's about 5%. How much did you say a month it would go up?
On average, Councilman Rodriguez, the increase is about 70 cents a month.
Okay. But that's based on the already rate, then usage.
That's combined.
More than
Councilman Rodriguez, that'd be your combined bill. So that's based on what we use as an average of essentially 700 cubic feet of water, which is just over 5,000 gallons a month.
Oh, is that right? Good one. Thank you.
May I add something there? So, the rate increase, that is the average amount. So, but if you have a large household with maybe four kids and you're using lots of water, your increase is going to be more because you're using more water, so it's more increase. So, generally for residential, we crunch the numbers. It's anywhere between 70 cents to $1.40 a month increase for residential, depending on how much usage you have.
Well, and that's my point, is that you have a senior citizen, no children, live in the house, and then you have in comparison to a family of 5, then your sewer, your irrigation, and your domestic is going to increase by usage. And so that's what I was concerned about, is not just the base pay, the base amount you pay, it's what you use, which you have to do that, I understand. But I'm concerned with that equation, since homeowners or residential pay more of the water fees than businesses, for example. I'm not saying that's bad, I'm just saying that the homeowners are having to fork out more money. And some of the businesses don't pay much irrigation because they don't have a yard, they have pavement.
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out, where does that all equal out to?
Councilor Rodriguez, let me try to clarify. So the senior citizen that has, minimal usage, they're going to be like a 70 cent per month increase. The household that has the kids with 4 kids, that's going to be more like $1.40.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mayor Quinn? On page 173, it shows the proposed rate comparisons across the valley. Is that just for water and sewer? Because when I'm thinking through our city bill, I get water, sewer, garbage, trash, right?
Right. That's correct, Councilor Mutchie. This is just for water and sewer. We didn't add irrigation in there either, because as Jake was saying, that's in Boise, for example, they don't have any irrigation. They do everything off of domestic water. So this is as close of an apple and apple as we could get, and we did not add the trash. So yeah.
Okay.
We can in future slides if that's something that the council would like to see. I'll try to get that put together.
I just think for citizens, it would probably give them a better, a more realistic picture of what their bill might look like. Because if I'm looking at this one, like, that's not what mine looks like. And so I wonder if it is, if we're adding it all up, what does that look like to the average user with all that in total? Because I don't know that most people would parse it out like that, maybe. potentially.
Yeah, that makes sense. We can try to work on that on future slides.
But, Mayor, but on the bill itself, it is segmented. And it tells you what your water, what your sewer, what your trash.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Sorry, I need to turn my phone on. Councilman Munchie brings up a good point. If the irrigation rate isn't included with our water and sewer, just because Boise doesn't have an irrigation system, they're paying for irrigation water off their domestic line. So why would you not include what we pay for irrigation in with our numbers? Because it would truly be more in line with what we're seeing across the valley.
So, Councilor Haverfield, and we can work on that too. So let's take Boise, for example. We know that domestic and irrigation are combined. So they're paying $23.77 per month, roughly. And that's, we can clarify the slide and say that's the winter usage. And that's what that's calculated off of. So whenever the summer happens, that's going to double. And that cost of that for those months over
So
that
that's a
period.
yearly average, is what you're saying? 30 or 2377 is a yearly average number?
Councilor Haverfield, the 2377 that's represented for Boise is their winter rate, assuming the same number of gallons used. So using that same 700 cubic feet average at their winter rate.
So their number would spike considerably during the summer months then?
Very much so.
Ours would spike some because we're paying for irrigation, but not nearly as much as potable water.
Councilman, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay.
And-
So,
Sorry, Mayor, and for Councilman Rodriguez, I did put this together earlier today. Just looking at maybe some of those different households that we might have. Again, the second one here is based on really the average that was found in 2016 in terms of usage in the city of Nampa. Water industry, they estimate about 3,000 gallons a person on average, just kind of based on average numbers around the country. So one person average, your bill would look closer to $13.89 a month with the proposed increases. I threw my last bill on here, which just me and my wife and 4 small kids, so not a ton. We used just over 6,000 gallons, which is higher than the average, but it's technically below the standard estimate. So it really is hit or miss depending on what your household does in terms of what your bill will be. But the average 4-person home, if they used the full 3,000 gallons, their monthly bill would be about $26.89.
any further questions?
Okay, so on to wastewater. Again, we've already talked about hookup fees for wastewater back in August, so this is just for the rates today. We're asking for the full increase according to the plan, which was 16.75%. We obtained the 8% in August, and so today we're asking for the 8.75%, which was also confirmed by the Board of Appraisers. So this plan that with these 16% was meant to be incremental and space it out, and so and also pay back the loan that we're taking. So that was part of this as well. So we do want to try to look at trying to maybe shave some percentages off the end of the plan, like we talked about. Utility, the impact fee may help, or as we get farther along in the design of our project, we can hopefully find some savings there through the design review committee. It's still pretty early. We're not very far into Group F, which is the most of our expenditures. Nate and his team are working with Jacobs, the design build consultant, to refine. We talked about this last time with Councilor Haberfield had a question, refining those estimates and shaving off costs as we get farther in. We're not going to have the guaranteed maximum price until July of 2022, so it's early still in this process. And we do still have the potential to obtain a grant from the Bureau of Rec, and that's still on the table for us. And that'll be a nice addition. We are getting a little bit into our contingency, although we're working on getting that down. A lot of it is the labor costs in the valley and COVID influence. It's been a lot of cost increases lately. Jake will get a little bit into it, but one of the questions I believe that Mayor had last time was that what if we did not take the 8.75%, what does that mean in dollars to the program? It'd be a $12 million lost revenue over the time frame of we're talking about on this program. So that's significant when we're running into our contingency already. So Jake will bring up that number when he comes up here. Okay, go ahead, Jake.
Mayor and Council, again, everybody's seen this slide millions of times. It seems like this is just kind of what that initial forecast was for the completion of the program. So we drive hard with those 16.75% increases, and then we get to that last year, and hopefully we can decrease that by half, if not more. So again, what we're bringing forward today is the recommendation to take that additional 8.75%. That equates to roughly just under $1.5 million this year. And again, as Tom mentioned, over the course of those 6 years of this program, with growth of about 2.5% factored in, it's about the $12 million cost or revenue. So it is a pretty material item when you look at it in that perspective, when we are very early in this program. So as you can see, the proposed rates are on the right. And also just to mention, we do have that cost of service shift that's being incorporated into these rates as well, which we're into year 3, I believe, in that cost of service shift, which is aligning rates more for, again, aligning the cost of the system and allowing the people that are using the burden of certain aspects of this process to pay for those, such as phosphorus removal and stuff like that. So really the burden is shifting a little bit away from the residential side and more towards the industrial side. Again, here's the look at kind of what the sewer bill comparison would be. You can see that our monthly bill is about $38.16 just on average, again using that same water usage, and that compares to the others, pretty similar. I can note that a lot of cities are also going through improvements as well, so I think everybody's numbers are probably going to increase similar to ours. Here's our fund balance projection based on that funding plan of the 16.75%. So you can see that we can get by right now with the planned expenses the way they are if we can keep with the current projection rate increases the way they are.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you, Jake. So remind me, because I apologize, I haven't looked at the numbers and how that works for a while. So because we are repaying a loan, are we obligated to stay within that timeline? I'm assuming when you take out a loan, I guess, let me rephrase that. Because we're paying a loan, we have to decide, are we going to take the small increments or just kind of let it go for now and then take a big jump because we have to have it repaid by a certain date, correct?
Councilor, you're correct. The loan repayment it's 20 or 30 years, so we have a long time in terms of what we have to do to pay off that debt. The other large aspect of this is that a lot of that debt, we don't pay any principal until the project is complete. So essentially what we're funding here is a lot of that infrastructure need outside of the loan, which is the 160 million, I believe, 159 million. So that's kind of where we're at. We have that additional amount that we have to come up with through rates, and then we do have the bond repayment that will start as soon as we're done.
Are there any further questions?
Just an education, Mayor. So what's, I know we had a low interest rate when we do start paying off the bond. What was the approximate interest rate?
Yeah, Councilman Bruner, I believe it was a 1.68%.
Okay, so when that time happens, there's not a lot of benefit in paying extra on the principal then. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think this is the end of your presentation, correct?
It is.
Okay, so I think I'd like to go to the public hearing at this time. It's okay, and then we'll come back and I'm sure we'll have more questions. So this is a public hearing, and Debbie, I'll let you tell me who we have signed up. Okay.
And then I have David Ferdinand, who is opposed and does want to speak.
David, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you.
David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop. You guys have got a great big problem. Oh, man. How do you pay for all of this stuff? You know, having been in a similar position on the other side, I remember in 2008 when we had no money, we had to cut our budget $6.5 million in 1 week. And we got it done. It was about 7%. We went from 87 million as our annual budget, 84 million down to 67 million, and stayed there for 5 or 6 years because we didn't have any money. I'm not sure what's going to happen this year. I know that a lot of people are talking about losing jobs, and this COVID crazy thing has just devastated our medical community. I'm part of that and see the numbers every day. It's just crazy. But I hear these numbers. I moved into my house 13 years ago, and my sewer, water, and garbage, all that we pay every other month, has increased over $100 every other month. $100. I happen to be also in the real estate business where I do mostly commercial. I was hoping that there wasn't a burden placed on that, as I just heard. But residents, a lot of people are moving, and I'm from my community somewhere else. When they get to be a certain age, they can't pay these numbers. I understand the bond. We were told that if we didn't vote for it, we would be paying more money, but we're paying for it anyway. I know that it's not any of you council people or our mayor that wants to put these kinds of numbers on the residents. I don't know what we do. And, you know, the board of appraisers or whatever they're called, assessors, what are they? Board of something.
Appraisers.
I was reading in Annie Laurie Bird's My Hometown, and they were all excited about having a new sewer waste plant built. That was in the 60s. I know it has to continue. I know we have a lot of things we have to do. I'm just saying this year, I'm not sure it's a really good idea on our citizens, but all the people that I've talked to wanted me to come and just say, not at this time. I understand looking down, but if we've got $6 million in a fund, you know, we need to take a good hard look at how we're spending that money. I know that as impact areas, we need to maybe start cutting back on those and making sure that we do in fact have infill or the kinds of things that don't continue to cost us money. I know engineering, I mean, I deal with these guys all the time, Daniel and Caleb and everybody, they're working very hard. Impact fees, I do think new development certainly has a place. So I would say no. Thank you.
David, thank you so much. So those are the only two we had signed up. Is there anyone here that had intended to sign up? Seeing none. Sharon.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming, Sharon. You and your husband.
I'm Sharon Harris, and I live at 1612 South Miller Way. And I would like to say that I am in favor of the rate increase. I was thinking a lot about the city of Nampa the last couple of days, and I'm thinking there is a segment of the population that are affected by increase. But I still think, because of the growth of the city, Nampa must be a pretty good deal for us to keep having so many people moving into the area. And I don't think they bat an eye at these rates, because where they're coming from, I have a feeling the cost of living is a lot higher, and they come in here and boy, is it ever a deal. When I look at the future of Nampa, I am very concerned that we are able to keep the costs down, but I do not want to have to pay 7 times more of the cost because we are not progressive and we don't take care of business now. I've also thought too that I'm a squeaky wheel when it comes to conservation. So we might be increasing the rates, not very much really, but how many of our citizens just turn on the tap and let it go? You know, and they're not conscious about the fact that maybe if they just turned the water off a little bit more, took less amount of time in their showers or baths, it wouldn't cost them anything more. So anyway, thank you for all you do. And I do agree with the rate increase. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you for all you do. It's appreciated. Is there anyone else here that would like to testify this evening? Seeing none, during the public hearing, I do want to make a quick comment. So I think that each of the council members were provided this document, and just for the public so that they know, we listen, and we did have a lot of comments on Facebook regarding the public hearing. And one thing that you know is a lot of people comment, but they don't necessarily come. And we had some people that supported it. It's really interesting when you watch Facebook how some people go to bat for the city, and then others just like to complain, right? But there is a concern over. And truly, some people do just like to complain. So I'm not taking that in light, because some do. Others, there are legitimate comments about the rates and the concerns over the rates. And we've heard those. And so I just wanted to have it of record that we actually provided the Facebook posts and the comments that we saw to City Council for this public hearing so that you guys had access to them. And I just want to make a comment that when we look at these rates, it is so hard to figure out what to do in running a city. Right now, we're dealing with the property tax issue, right? And we want to keep the cost, whether it be property taxes or whether it's the cost of living in our community at an affordable rate. I really did appreciate the numbers that were put forth, which are the comparison where we are with our utility bills for water and waste water, because it really helps us understand where we are with just our surrounding cities. So even with our increase, we're still lower. So I just want the public comment that when we try to look, as Sharon stated, when you look to the future, and I don't think you said this, but when we're looking at our infrastructure, when we have doubled the amount of breaks just this year, I think we're at 20 now. We were at 19 at the last council meeting, and I think we're 20. Right. And last year and that's just in this fiscal year, October to today. Last year we had 9, if I remember correctly, all year. So that is a considerable increase in line breakages. And when they do cost us 7 times more, it doesn't make sense financially. So because we're a large city with an aging infrastructure, it makes it a little bit more difficult. And the same applies to property taxes. So I don't take it lightly. I really weigh it heavily because I'm concerned about what we're going to hand our kids if we don't do what we need to do. We're going to hand them something that's going to cost a whole lot more. So I just want to say that we all take it very seriously. We weigh it heavily. And it is concerning when you look at the economy. And I appreciate, David, I appreciate your comments. Sharon, I appreciate your comments. And I appreciate the comments we saw on Facebook. And so with that, I'll be quiet. I just wanted our public to know that we are listening.
Mayor, let me just add a little something. And yeah, we can't keep putting this off. And I appreciate David Ferdinand so much and how they did cut back when he was handling the county. And we'll always have to be open to looking at that. But, I don't agree, David, that this is the time not to do this. I'm not in favor of all the federal blanket dollars that are being out there, but my 91-year-old mom received $600 2 days ago. Okay, she's on fixed income. Those are the folks I want to be taking care of, the seniors. But they're actually benefiting because of these blanket checks that are coming. And if there's any time that I think actually our fixed income folks can afford it, because there's probably going to be a minimum of another 1,400 coming. And so this is a year where actually they can. I guess I would be more concerned next year, hopefully we're through this. So I have kind of a little different take on that. I realize there's people that are out of jobs and those type of things that are changing. But we just can't keep. And I will take a beating on this probably, but I was the one that voted in favor of not rescinding the rates in August. I was the one that voted to say we have to keep moving on this. And so I will be voting in favor, and I appreciate the Board of Appraisers, and I will be voting for their recommendations. Thanks.
Yes.
Have we closed the public hearing?
We have not closed the public hearing, so I guess we should do that.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll kind of echo a little bit what Darrell just said, but I'm not going to blanket approve all of these. I think as we go through and look at each one of them, I think on their merit, some have merit, others, I think we just need to be concerned with not knowing where we're going to be in the next 6 months with the current state of our government and the flux that we currently are in, the jobs that are being lost, people that are dealing with issues. I have a concern about those on fixed incomes. And I think growth should pay for itself, so I'm all in favor of that. So raising a rate to what the Consumer Price Index indicates, I can support that at this point. The higher rates, I think we just need to look at them individually. But the wastewater treatment, that last one, I would support that 8.75% increase simply because we do need to stay on track with the dollars that are being needed for that wastewater treatment upgrade. So I'm ready to move forward to the next phase of making motions for approval or amendments to these action items.
So I think the way we're going to move through this is that if there is a motion to approve, we'll start with item A, irrigation rates, and then we're going to move, as we talk about that, I think if it's okay, and I think if it's okay if we do it this way, I'd like to just suggest that we're on item A, that the action item is going to be number 1, that we're going to approve the resolution implementing the increase based on what that increase is. The resolution, though, if it is not what is recommended, the resolution will have to be amended, but can't we go ahead and approve a resolution tonight with an amended dollar amount, or do we have to bring the resolution back? We can get you in there.
Madam Mayor, you could amend the amount and approve the resolution as amended.
As amended, okay, thank you. So I think we'll just go one at a time, and we'll move through that way.
I have a question.
Yes.
I know it would probably add a lot of cost, but I'm also concerned, Mr. Ferdinand. I think, we've seen, what did they say, property values in Boise have gone up 113% in 3 years.
I was talking to my dad the other day about what they paid for their house versus what it would now appraise for, and they're on fixed incomes, and I know each of these has a significant impact, but we're here because of deferred maintenance. We keep kicking it down the road, and if 26% of our lines may fail by 2040, that's actually 19 years now, Tom, right? So that's a problem. And we'll be handing that to our kids, you're right. But one of the questions I have is you get your bill every other month. So it's a lot more at one time. If I got my power bill for 2 months at a time, that would be harder to swallow, where if it were, would people not feel the impact, and would it be easier to budget if they were paying monthly? And Jake's already raised his hand, no.
So, well, and finance may want to speak to that. We've had these discussions about Doug, would you like to answer that?
Sure. This is an important discussion we've had, and both with Public Works, Jake and myself, and with the utility billing group. There's a lot of advantage to moving towards a monthly process, and I think the only reason we haven't pushed forward right now is because of all of the other noise and issues around us, the COVID-19, the rollout of Tyler to UB, and other issues. So we wanted to get through one upgrade before we pursued a secondary upgrade, but we do want to go down that road and really look closely at that, because and another part of it is the water meters. As we roll out the Aclara, the automated meter readers, we can save more money then. If we do monthly billing now, we're going to have to send people out every month, whereas now we only have to send them every other month. So there's cost increased. So the more we get down that road with the Aclara, the automated readers, the more effective it is for us. So it's a timing issue.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I ask a question? This is for Doug. So, of all the water users we have in Nampa, what is the amount that the folks are in arrears? What have we not received?
The amount that is left on the table, so to speak, the amount owing after each billing cycle. So we have 6 billing cycles, so every other month. Prior to COVID, we would have, I can give you maybe not an exact dollar amount, but I can give you more a customer count or a number of accounts that are delinquent. So when we get to the end of the billing cycle and the payments are delinquent, we end up having about 1,200 to 1,300 accounts delinquent. We then send out follow-up notices and door hangers, and we get that down to about 200 to 250 in each billing cycle. We're back to almost pre-COVID norms with that particular standard. The amount of money will vary. It could be as little as $100,000 or as much as $200,000 or $300,000, depending upon the billing cycle and the time of the year. But our number of accounts delinquent is almost back to pre-COVID levels.
Doug, do you know, so during COVID, CARES Act actually funded some utility assistance. Mm-hmm. And then in addition to that, we had from the Republic Services dollars, we funded utility assistance.
Right.
And so I know you may not have those numbers off the top of your head, but do you know if we have depleted?
No, we have not.
Utility assistance, so it's still there, and I don't know if Beth Einig is on. She may have a better idea.
Well, she will know the CDBG portion because they had their grants. For the city, we did not have to leverage our internal funds from Republic that much because there were other sources to pay the needs that were more readily available. Our hope was that we wouldn't have to deplete those because we knew coming out of COVID there would still be needs with personnel, people who lived in the city who had just regular problems paying their bills. So we wanted to hopefully preserve that fund and use that as needed for the regular course of action and use the emergency monies allocated by the state for paying for the COVID-19 driven type of issues, and that's pretty much what we've done, but we haven't had to use our monies. It's been other CFAC and COVID CARES monies passed through other agencies that we refer people to. They get the funding, and we process it.
Thank you. Okay, any other, Councilwoman Mucci, did that answer your question? Not fully, probably, but it is something we would like to do.
Yes, thank you. I think it would be easier for people on a fixed income to budget that way. You're not getting a bulk bill every other month. So I appreciate you looking into it, and I understand the timing can be tough with everything going on.
Like I said, it's partly what I didn't mention as well, it's by sending it out monthly, we're not incurring mailing costs, postage, and envelopes. And when you're sending out 30,000 bills over the course of the year, if you can cut that in half, it's a lot of postage we're saving. But as we've noticed with the COVID-19, we've had a striking increase in the number of online payments and activities. So if we can hang on to that, we're going to look at leveraging that for ways to cut the cost even more and preserve our base without having to raise costs to cover postage increases and mailing and so forth.
That said, there is a cost per transaction, and so by moving it to monthly, you're going to increase your costs, right? But either way, really it's about stewardship, right? And that's what we're really looking at, is how to be good stewards. And sometimes being good stewards is not spending any money. Stewardship can be spending money, but it's really making a wise decision as we do it. So, okay, so, and we can have discussion as we go through. So I would ask, what is the will of the council on irrigation rates?
Mayor, I'll make the motion, we accept the Board of Appraisal's recommendation of 5%.
Is there a second? Well, I do not see a second for that motion.
Boy.
That's amazing. It's not very often that happens.
Mayor.
Okay. Yes, who was that?
I'll make a motion then, if that one failed, to approve the Consumer Price Index 1.76% increase as listed in our packet.
Second.
Okay, so it's been
Scott.
moved, but as listed, that one is listed for miscellaneous fees.
This is irrigation.
So irrigation rate.
So
So
it's-
you're going to suggest a 1.7%
1.76, it's,
for irrigation?
yeah, for the irrigation rates for at least another year, so we can get past this time of uncertainty.
Okay.
Mayor, if I had discussion time then? So Jake put you on the spot a little bit. Can you tell me approximately what the difference in the average dollar amount that would be for the average customer per year, or whatever's easiest?
Mayor and council, at the 5%, the average bill was increased by roughly $5 a year. So 1%, you're down to $1
$1 per year?
per year.
My gracious, guys. Okay. Does not make any logical sense whatsoever.
You don't have to support the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that the increase for irrigation rates is at 1.76%. And so, Randy, do we want to do two votes? It's almost going to be easier. Or is your motion that we approve a resolution? So we're going to go down to
Okay.
one.
Let me restate my motion then.
Yeah.
So if we go to action item number 1, I would approve the resolution implementing an increase of 1.76%, which follows the Consumer Price Index as listed in the packet.
And the only, probably as we move forward, way we'd say it a little different is that we would amend the current resolution to reflect an increase of 1.76% rather than the way it's currently stated.
Right. Rather than the
The 5% as noted.
5%, my motion is 1.76%.
Mayor, Quinn, question.
Yes.
So the miscellaneous fees we're now saying would be the rate for irrigation.
Correct. So we're not voting on miscellaneous fees, we're voting on irrigation. And the motion is that we increase it based on the consumer price index, which is 1.76%.
Mayor?
Yes.
And I just want to check, Jake, make sure I understood this correctly and make sure everybody else understands this. We're talking $1 for the entire year.
Councilwoman Levi, you're correct. At the 5%, you're about $5 a year increase on your bill on average. Granted, there's some people that have large amounts of property that their bill is going to increase by a lot more than that, but the average is $5.
So depending on the acreage.
That's correct.
Thank you.
David Ferdinand's property would be highly taxed.
Well, I have a lot that I just figured it would be probably $12.45 at 5%. So it,
Since we're in discussion, Mayor, the reason I'm making this suggestion on this item is simply because these are existing rates that people are paying. This is the area that if we were to try to look at protecting those that are on fixed incomes, this would be one of those.
so we, yes.
But we have a high cost of potential deferred maintenance coming our way quickly.
Where is irrigation versus domestic? Because when we were talking about the 20 line breaks that we've recently had, that was domestic. What are we running into on irrigation?
Mayor, I can't answer that question, but I do know that we have the same goal of about 3.5 to 5 miles of irrigation line a year, and we're under 1. So I know that we're not getting through the pipe as much as we want to, and I also know that we're putting in regional lift stations at a far greater pace than we were anticipating as well.
I can answer that. Mayor, so in general, the last year's numbers, we had double the amount of irrigation line breaks as we did domestic. And we haven't counted the irrigation yet because we see most of the breaks happen when we turn the system back on in the spring, so we haven't accumulated those yet.
So Mayor, if I may, clarification, I think you did make the point, even though we've had a ton of water breaks this time, normally, I thought I heard you say normally the irrigation breaks are about twice as many as domestic.
That's
correct?
historically, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, all right. I'll leave my sarcasm for later. Thanks.
So currently, we have a motion on the floor, and that motion is that we approve an increase of, based on the CPI of 1.76%, and that we amend the resolution for that. So that's been moved and seconded. We are in the discussion time. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready for roll call. And does everyone understand that motion? I think we do. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
No.
Mucci?
No.
Levi? Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mayor?
Because that was a 3-3.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, doggone it. This is a hard one. I'm going to say yes. This is a hard one. Because I know exactly, I know how hard that we work with the Board of Appraisers and where we went. The only, wow.
Tough call.
I want to say no and increase it.
How about a compromise, or we go up at least?
Put it in half.
Let's say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, and I'm sorry I'm changing my vote. You know, I think we need to get it just a little closer, just because of knowing where we are. We're going to catch up at some point, and I have to respect our process that the Board of Appraisers have gone through. And so I would rather see it be just a little bit different.
Mayor Clay, I would like to move that we increase to 2.5%. We split it in the middle, and we, $2.50 per year, hopefully, is absorbed.
I'll second it, because I don't think I have a chance otherwise.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the resolution and to change the increase to 2.5% for the irrigation rates. Is there further discussion?
Excuse me. How can we do that?
How can we do what?
How can we amend?
Because it failed. Then I-
Well, we didn't.
You voted though, right?
I voted no. I changed my vote to no. The vote failed.
Okay.
And so now we have a new motion on the
Okay,
floor,
all right.
and we're coming back to say, you know what, rather than 1.6, we're going to go 2.5%, which I
Okay.
totally support that.
Okay, my mistake, I'm sorry.
So is there discussion? If not, let's go to roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
2.5% instead of 1.76.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
So it passed. Okay.
2.5. Okay.
So, item number 2, miscellaneous fees. That is proposed at 1.7%, 6% increase. Yes.
Turn that on. I'll make the motion to approve the resolution as proposed of 1.76% increase for domestic and irrigation water fees.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Hookup fees. The resolution recommends an increase of, and it has been recommended, a 4.35 increase in the irrigation hookup fees effective March 1, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
So the next item is domestic water, and the recommended increase was a 5% increase to domestic water rates and fees effective March 1.
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the resolution with an increase of 5% to domestic water. Is there any discussion?
Mayor? If this fails, then I will recommend a 2.5.
I'll second his motion.
Thank you, Jacob.
Do we just save time and go back to that?
Would you like to amend your motion?
Well,
No, I would not. Thank you. It's actually your motion.
I'll maintain, but we have discussion, but I guess I will put, if probably not appropriate, but that I've never been accused of being appropriate all the time. So, Councilwoman Levi, you're not voting on any type of increase whatsoever, I'm catching. Is that correct? Okay. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to approve the resolution as stated at 5%, and it has been seconded, so roll call on that motion.
Rodriguez?
No.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
No.
Bauer?
No.
Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
By all means, yes.
And I believe that failed, is that correct?
Yes.
I believe we have another motion on the floor.
Mayor, can we not laugh in the back there? I think that's...
It is kind of a joke. Let's go. Good. 2.5, let's go.
He's awake, he's not asleep.
Councilman Bauer?
Yes, I will propose a 2.5 increase to domestic water rates and fees March 1st.
Second.
And Mayor, just to put on the spot again, difference approximately between a 2.5 and a 5? I'm just curious. Just want it on the record.
Mayor and council, the 5% was an average increase of about 70 cents a month. So we'll cut that in half to about 35 cents
35 cents a month, huh?
on average.
Back on those lattes, okay. Let's go.
Mayor, I do want people to know how seriously we take this. This is really, really hard. These are people's hard-earned dollars, and folks who are on a fixed income. It's really serious, but so is deferred maintenance, the cost of that. And I would like to say, I think, Sharon, really a conservation discussion is important. We can save 70 cents per month by turning off our faucet when we brush our teeth or taking a 2-minute shorter shower. So that one, to me, really could be realized. And I appreciated you calling that out because I do think it's important. Thank you.
And Mayor, I mean, I think it's a good compromise. We're going to increase it a little bit, but not the full amount out of respect to, I think people don't, most people, not most people, a lot of people don't understand there's a difference between federal and city government, and, you know, they just kind of put it all together and put the blame on us. Making a little bit of compromise might make a little bit of people willing to be happy with the compromise.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'm not going to support the motion, and here are the reasons why. It's the present situation we have now, our current status of our health care. And I'm not even including COVID yet. But now that I said it, I'll include COVID. Unemployment. Businesses are financially struggling. People and families are financially struggling. And property taxes. We don't know what the state's going to do yet. And we're not sure what's going to happen down the road with our property. So I've been voting no because I can't. Sure, it's only 78 cents, 34 cents. That ain't it. It's the principle of what we have to do for our community. And I know we have to work. I know we have to figure these things out for our upkeep. But keeping to go back to our people telling them, we know we're in trouble, but go ahead and pay. That's the principle of my no's. I just want you to all understand that.
Respect that.
Thank you.
This Mayor, and then my last comment, I really do promise on this one, but they're going to be paying a lot more down the road.
Well, you know what?
So we're not helping out our citizens, so I'll be quiet after that.
I've
Thanks.
heard that a lot of times, and maybe we need to do something different, Darrell. Maybe we need to go to these people that are charging us outrageous numbers and costs to help fix our pipes. Maybe we do need to. I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not saying we don't need to increase. We do, Darrell. I know we do, but not right now. That's what I'm saying.
Better time now than.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I said I wouldn't say anything.
You know what? The discussion reflects the difficulty that we're having in making a decision, because the reality is we all care about our citizens. And we really do want to be careful, and this is a difficult time. At the same time, we know that the cost of steel, the cost of labor, everything, the cost of pipes, because a lot of them are PVC pipes, but the cost of all of it's going up. So anything that we don't do today is going to cost us more tomorrow, and we know that. But it is difficult when you read the remarks of the citizens and you understand where they are. So it's a very difficult decision. So with that, I think that we're all having a hard time trying to decide, how do we do that? How do you run a city? Right? How do you move forward and make sure that we deliver the services we need to deliver in a cost-effective fashion? Not easy answers. And these questions and challenges are going to be before us next year, right? And we're going to have to catch up, and we're going to do the best we can at figuring out how to do it.
Yes.
So that said, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Correct? We have our motions. Okay.
Rodriguez?
No.
Ritter?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Our last action item is the wastewater increase of 8.75%. This is the other half that we didn't take at the last time. And this would be effective March 1, 2021. And the motion will be around the resolutions. What would the council like to do?
Councilman Haverfield said he was going to vote for this one, I believe.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve the resolution implementing an increase of 8.75% for the service fees for wastewater rates and user fees as proposed in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mayor? Yes. This one has a finite timeline, and I want people to understand that.
That's a good point.
If we don't do this now, it will cost literally more next year because we have to pay this back. I just want people to really understand that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mayor?
Yes.
Hi, Jake. Could we get an approximate dollar figure again on this, please?
It's that $3 and whatever. It's what's in our packet, right? What the increase, it's $3 and I forget how many
Yeah,
cents.
Mayor and Council, that's correct. I don't have my batteries on its last life, so I closed out of everything. But yes, it's roughly between that $3 and $5 a month range. And that's kind of where it rides till we get to that last year where it drops off a little bit.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I ask David, was his, when you were talking, were you speaking on all these fees, or was there just the, kind of like domestic and irrigation? Or were you talking about wastewater as well? David? All of it? Just curious.
So we have a motion and a second, and I think we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay. That concludes our public hearing section of our agenda, and we are now ready to go to staff report.
Mayor, Council, that was a lot of hard decisions. I appreciate your stewardship there and thoughtful discussion. So I would like to go to the staff report next, and another subject that's been discussed a lot lately. And I'm going to have Jeff come up and do most of this presentation. As you probably know, Public Works looks a lot at data, and that's how we drive all of our decisions. It's data driven. And so we wanted to go and start planning for the transportation projects in the future. And we want to do an amendment to the master plan based on some more detail that we know about intersection type, and also some new intersections that have come online of interest because of development. And so that's what this plan is for. And Jeff he's done a great job of looking at data, looking at all the intersections and the criteria for roundabouts versus a signal. And we would like to present this to you as information only today, and we'll come back later as a public hearing. The public hearing is not required to do a public hearing, but we want to do one just for the transparency of it and provide that opportunity. But I would like you to all council look at these carefully, and please contact Jeff and I if you have any comments or concerns about these intersections, as we need to continue moving forward. Cost of materials are going up. The cost of land continues to go up. A lot of these have right of way, and we need to plan out the intersection types so we can get the land donated when development comes in, or if we can purchase it now before prices go up more on the land. So we'd appreciate some feedback. Just the overall comment is that the data shows that roundabouts are safer than signals. And the safety data is pretty compelling once you start looking at it. Jeff found some more national stats, particular about pedestrian that I'll have him talk about. But, I've sit out at several traffic signals here lately, just doing observations. And the main thing is speed. And a roundabout forces you to slow down versus a signal that there's not that opportunity to do that. And so and unfortunately there's only so many things you can do with engineering intersections. Roundabouts, less speed, less crashes, less severity, less conflict points. So we see a lot of roundabouts in here, and because of that data, and not to say that roundabouts are the answer for everything, because it's not. And there's some cases where a signal makes most sense, and because the growth is going to exceed the amount of traffic in that design year. So you wouldn't put a roundabout in if it was going to exceed it in that 20-year period. or you wouldn't want to put a signal or a roundabout in the middle of a signal corridor. That's another criteria. So I'll turn it over to Jeff, and I'll be over here if there's any questions on the staff report. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, so the write-up has quite a bit of data in it. In 2012, we did our first transportation master plan. And so in that master plan, they called out for signals, roundabouts, hawk signals, pedestrian signals, and a lot of other improvements for safety, and just as, as the city expands. So now we had our update in 2019, and so this is our second master plan. And again, after the open houses we had and the meetings with the community, there's still those options in the master plan, roundabouts, signals, and these other features for pedestrian and traffic safety. So we put that on a map, and primarily the ones in red are the 14 that we're talking about that we're starting to do planning for, and they're imminent. We're either going to be buying property for those, we're going to be designing those, and so we want to make sure that we're on the right slope here as we're moving forward, because it's expensive to stop midstream. And anyway, so there's not a lot of questions about signals. I think people have used signals, and I went to the East Coast. Signals have been around for a long time. I swear, some of the signals on the East Coast, they've been there for 100 years. But so people know those. What we put in here was just more information about roundabouts. Those tend to be the things that people have questioned most. So if you have any questions on where they would be, suited for, and then some other things and especially the third page is where they wouldn't be, the challenges for specific locations. So with that, the list in the back page is for the 14 intersections and those locations and where they're at. And then this is the map. So they are there's locations on arterials, they're in industrial areas. The maximum capacity of a roundabout is about above 40,000 cars a day. They have to have specific engineering. And so they're on some higher volume roads in the master plan. So I wanted you to all, councilmen and councilors and mayor, to be aware of that. There's a lot of data in the master plan. You guys don't have time to sift through all those, but that map kind of shows the location of where they're at, what the style of the improvement is, and kind of gives us a head start to look at them before we get farther into the design. So we did find some additional, there is more and more roundabout data every year, but the data is getting better and better and better. So when that 90% less fatalities in roundabouts is continuing. And so one of the things, I talked to FHWA in California, and they said that there's 1,700 pedestrian deaths in intersections every year. And since the inception of the modern type roundabout in 1993, they can only find 3 pedestrian deaths in roundabouts. So since 1993, since they started building them, there's not a lot out there. You have to keep that in mind. But there's been 3 pedestrian deaths. One person was on a bike and actually slid under a car because he took the corner adjacent. So there is better data out there right now than we've ever had. And so that's what Tom was talking about, that safety is really, if it can save that many lives over a period of 10, 20 years, that's a really big deal. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor, I just had a question for future. You mentioned, Tom, a public hearing. So when I realize these are different years and so on. So are we talking about having a public hearing for each individual one, or what's the process for handling as far as communication with the citizens?
So Mayor, Councilor Brunner, so we'll do the public hearing just like we would do any planning document, like we did our transportation master plan.
So we would be inclusive?
Yeah, right.
So we could have a ton of people.
You could. Yeah.
But the goal is to give them some guidance versus the one-offs every time, and you get all the, the individual concerns, and we want to listen to those, but I think we need some guidance so that they can plan and know where we're planning and be moving forward with a plan.
Okay. So when do you, is there a kind of a projected timeline that you see a public hearing of this sort happening?
So, Councilor Brunner, we wanted to do run this by P&Z, and we're recommending probably, we'll talk with legal on what's appropriate there, since it's probably a staff report at P&Z. And then we'll get it on the agenda as soon as we can. We have I think it's a 3-week period to advertise, so it's at least that far out, at least a month.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor?
I would like to encourage us to really review and then get back and provide feedback to Tom and to Jeff as we move forward before we step into that. So if we could, and yes, Councilman Bell.
I know my personal opinion on these decisions, and I don't know if it's going to be after I'm gone, but will be really the people that live around that area and the people that go through the intersection the most. So it'd be my hope that we just gather that data as much as we can, not have the same situation that happened before, that we just can make a smooth process, but each situation might be different according to the people that live around that particular intersection.
Good point. Thank you very much. Okay, any other comments? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom, does that conclude your staff report? Okay, thank you. So now we're ready to move on to new business action item 5.4. This is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of Title II, Chapter 9, the Golf Commission of Nampa City Code to change the length of terms for 2 seats from 1 year to 2 years.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to amend the membership terms and appointment process for the Nampa Golf Course Commission, providing for severability and allowing a summary of the ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations, parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And I might say the purpose and the reason that this has come forward is actually was just a misunderstanding, and they were serving 2 years when it actually said 1, so we just needed to make sure that we were functioning within the ordinance. So if there be a motion to accept this.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to suspend the rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a task order amendment for the attached scope of work with Keller Associates for Kings Road and Victory Road project, design in the amount of $138,115, time and materials not to exceed, and this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for annual miscellaneous asphalt patch project with Hess Construction for $175,000. This is approved in the FY21 budget and approved by legal.
So moved.
I have a question.
Okay.
Go ahead and get it second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Daniel.
I have a question. You have 2 bids listed. One is less than the other, but you're awarding it to the higher bidder. Why is that?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the low bidder was not compliant with a bid stipulation on their mobilization costs.
Okay.
And so they were disqualified.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
The next item on the agenda is item 5.7. This is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign the contract for the irrigation pump station control systems. This is an FY21 project with Advanced Control Systems LLC in the amount of $197,041. It's approved in the FY21 budget and reviewed and approved by legal.
I'll make the motion to approve this as presented.
Second. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
He said yes.
Yes,
Just a
sorry.
polite one.
Brunner,
Yes.
There you go.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 5.8 is an action item to authorize the immediate piggyback purchase of pavement marking thermoplastics from Flint Trading for the street division in the amount of $25,000. This is approved in the FY21 budget and by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
So the last new business item is an action item. This is a discussion around the Alcohol Review Committee ordinance. And so while you have been provided a copy of the ordinance, our action item does not call for the first reading of the ordinance, so we're just going to discuss it tonight. If you have any recommended changes to it, let us know, because at the next council meeting, we'll bring back the ordinance for the first reading and approval of the ordinance. But who would like to speak to the rationale?
Madam Mayor, I'd be glad to.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
My mic's dead, so I'm just going to be loud.
Do we have one we can hand you? We should probably get you one.
I got it. I already moved.
Okay. Thank you, Rick.
You're going to sing a song.
Thank you.
So during the earlier discussion about the committee's review of an incident and what constitutes an incident, when it was originally drafted, there was sort of a fork in the road, and an incident could have multiple violations in it, depending on what the particular facts are. So as originally drafted and originally approved, it was determined that if an incident had multiple violations, that only the highest point violation would be the single violation score. And then the committee, in discussing the different circumstances that might occur, quickly realized that there could be some more drastic scenarios that have multiple violations that really constitute a higher score and are worthy of totaling the violation scores together. A hypothetical example could be a controlled substance event in a bar that breaks out into a fight with a weapon. So now you've got three instances, three different violations. It's definitely a much more drastic and tragic scenario than what a single score might impose. So the committee made a recommendation, it's in your packet at page 117, that takes the other fork in the road. And it changes the language that says if an incident has multiple violations, you only score the highest. And it changes that language to say if the committee determines there's a factual basis for multiple violations within one incident, that each of those violation scores total together to create a final incident score. And then the process follows. So you'll see that red line change in the materials. It's a relatively short amendment to the ordinance, but that was the purpose behind it, to try and capture some ability for the review committee to assess the totality of points for some of those more severe instances.
Thank you so much. I tell you, we greatly appreciate, Joe, you working with our team and helping us through these. And then for council, as we did the initial ordinance, we just realized that there were some things that we just missed. And so as the committee has met together, and I really, Jamie Burns, I thank you. I appreciate you leading this, even though it was assigned to you. Great job. Thank you.
Glad I took it.
Yeah. You know what's wonderful is the attention and the focus, and we're accomplishing what we're wanting to as a city, and that is that for those establishments that they're following the law. And this is we've got a little bit of a focus that I probably more so than we have had because of it. And so I think that's a wonderful thing. But are there any questions regarding this? Because we'll actually bring the ordinance back for a vote at the next council meeting. Do you have any questions?
Mayor, go ahead, I'm sorry. You go.
Maybe this is for Lieutenant Burns. So in the scenario you just listed, somebody is using a substance in a facility with a gun, I feel like I'm trying to like play Clue or something in the boardroom with, okay, was it with a gun? So is there subjectivity and objectivity? Because what if that establishment at that moment says you're gone? And so how, because I know you talked about over-serving people, and how, where is the line if an establishment didn't know somebody was coming in with a substance and a handgun, and they remove them immediately?
So how about if we use the scenario we just had? Because that's an incredible example if we're allowed to.
Madam Mayor, great point. I'm glad you brought that up. I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Only because the process has an appeal period.
Oh.
And the council serves as the judge in that appeal. So, but using the general scenario, it's a great question. And the way the ordinance is drafted is there are not definitive bright line rules. There really is careful consideration on on a case-by-case basis on what the facts truly reflect. There may be some circumstances where there may be a fight as part of the story, but it might not be attributed to the license holder, and the committee determines that those points shouldn't be allocated to the license holder. So it's designed to afford that flexibility to make sure that the committee really assesses the facts unique to that situation and then makes an independent determination. So the flexibility allows those great questions to be asked every time there's an incident report reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, mine is more of a comment, and just we're such a reactionary society, and I think this is great, what you're doing, Lieutenant, and so on, and having this point system and clarifying. I wish we would just prevent this more than reacting. We're reacting, and of course my prevention, which is not part of this ordinance, is that I'm still not in favor of a restaurant without a separate bar of receiving an alcohol license. A beer and wine, fine. They can have their pre-mixed drinks, which is allowed with a beer and wine license. I see no reason in the world to take a chance of children seeing a fight, the swearing and so on, if a restaurant does abuse this. And so I will always not be in favor of a new restaurant without a separated bar being allowed an alcohol license. I know we have to follow state guidelines, but I'm just making that point. So let's prevent rather than react to these situations.
Are there any other comments? Or Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. Could somebody just remind me, I'm seeing here about the point system, but at the end of the day, the points add up to 8 points, 9 points. What happens depending on the point level of what it adds up to?
What happens? Who would like to answer that question? It depends on the point. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd be glad to answer. The consequence of the point total is broken down into 3 different categories. They total to a minor combined violation, a significant, or a major. And those breakdowns are 2.5 and under is minor, 3.0 to 6.0 is significant, and 6.5 and above is major. And for each of those 3 categories, that then enables the committee to assess a different variety of sanctions, from probation and training. In fact, for the minor category, it's set up where if the committee were to recommend training, the license holder could have 0 points assessed. So they could do some training in lieu of any points. The most severe, above 6.5 for the major ones, where there might be a combination of events, the committee has the opportunity to recommend a long-term suspension or revocation of the license, and that would have to come before the council for a hearing. And the ordinance you approved has a procedure for that process if it were to get to that.
Thank you, Mayor, if I might. I appreciate your explanation on that. Joe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Because I want to be able to explain this tomorrow if somebody asks me and understand how that point system at South works when it's accumulated. So thank you.
You bet.
So Joe, just to come back just to talk about that just a little bit more. When the committee makes a decision, if that decision is appealed, then it comes to the city council, and that's when we're in more of a judicial role. And for this council, since I've been mayor, we've only had one time we've done that. And so I appreciated you catching me, but that is important for us to recognize as a council. The likelihood of that happening is going to be, we may be serving in that capacity more than we have before because of this particular ordinance and the appeals that are going to come forward. But it also gives us the opportunity to actually take action on those establishments that are consistently breaking the law, that are consistently creating issues and cost to the city and danger. So for this group, I just thought I'd mention that because they would be coming here.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Great. Are there any other questions or comments on this one? So again, this will come back as a, just for clarity, is it going to come back as an unfinished item or as a new business item next time? Since it was on this.
Madam Mayor, it'll be new business because it'll be the first time for the ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our new business items. We have concluded our public hearings, and the next item would be unfinished business, and I don't believe we have any unfinished business tonight. We do have the pending ordinances that are listed there for reference. So that concludes our regular meeting. We do have an executive session, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn into an executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C to acquire an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
And roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
So we will stay in this room, and Jeff